He was an employee, forced into a daily battle against an unseen enemy, the corporate grind. 2 months in, the relentless energy of Monday morning still felt like an unyielding foe, leaving Seungho internally exhausted. Ahead, a commotion began to stir, drawing his attention away from his morning commute. On the building steps, 3 young men reveled in another's humiliation, mocking his crypto losses with cruel laughter. The tracksuit thug's anger exploded as his friend taunted him, dismissing his financial struggles with callous jokes. Older commuters whispered their disdain, viewing the scene as yet another sign of their generation's decay. Seungho observed, realizing that some things, like such blatant disrespect, seemed immune to the passage of time. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice broke through the noise. The thugs looked up, their annoyance quickly turning to surprise. The security guard politely requested they move, explaining their cigarette smoke was drifting into the building. The blonde and masked thugs erupted in mocking laughter, while the tracksuit thug remained consumed by his financial despair. The tracksuit thug's face twisted into an enraged snarl. He lunged, furiously grabbing the security guard, demanding to know his right to lecture. The thug's rage intensified, shouting about his crypto losses and the guard's inability to compensate them. The blonde thug captured the assault on his phone, encouraged by his gleefully laughing companion. The security guard pleaded for release, but the tracksuit thug only tightened his grip, mocking his terror. Then, Seungho's face unexpectedly appeared in the phone's view, a question in his eyes. Both the blonde and masked thugs recoiled, startled by Seungho's sudden appearance. Seungho's gaze was sharp, a silent warning in its intensity. To everyone's surprise, Seungho bowed deeply and declared their collective apology, startling the guard and thug. Standing upright, Seungho lectured them on respecting elders and protecting the weak, even as he forced the blonde and masked thugs into a deep bow. The tracksuit thug only laughed harder, mocking his bowing friends for showing respect to a wage slave. The blonde thug's irritation boiled over, yelling at his clueless friend, while Seungho quietly echoed the offensive term. Seungho's mind calculated the grim reality of his meager salary, a stark contrast to the thuggish taunts. As the tracksuit thug dismissed his income as pocket change, Seungho stated that some money was earned through relentless, honest effort. The tracksuit thug smugly boasted of earning Seungho's monthly salary in a mere week. In an instant, Seungho's hand clamped down hard on the tracksuit thug's face, eliciting a shocked cry. A red aura flared around Seungho as he fiercely lifted the struggling thug by his face, declaring the immense difference in value between honest labor and parasitic earnings. Seungho brutally slammed the tracksuit thug's face into the ground, blood splattering. The thug lay on the ground, injured and coughing up blood, Seungho's hand still firm on his face. The blonde thug, though shocked by Seungho's changed appearance, recognized the familiar precision of his movements. He realized with dawning horror that this was indeed him. Seungho clarified to the injured thug that his anger stemmed from the insult to the value of labor, not his salary, then offered an apology to the unseen security guard. 10 years prior, at just 18, Seungho had conquered the country, reaching the absolute peak of violence, though his younger self had complained about fighting ruining his work clothes. He was then known simply as the Legend. The blonde thug's shock turned to utter bewilderment, wondering why a legend would be working as a salaryman instead of a mob boss. The blonde thug, now sweating with fear, struggled to form words. With a menacing smirk, Seungho complimented the thug's shirt, an unsettling undertone to his words. Later, on the back of a motorcycle, a driver asked Seungho a question. The motorcycle man, curious, asked why a man once known as a legend was now merely a wage-earning salaryman. Seungho dismissively regarded his past, legend, status as a childish phase, acknowledging his shift in perspective with age. Meanwhile, sanitation workers diligently cleaned the city streets under the night sky. Office workers hurried through the busy streets, embodying a routine Seungho now understood. From his motorcycle, Seungho reflected that true strength lay in those who silently and honestly fulfilled their daily duties. With a knowing smirk, Seungho advised the driver to live a life of actual value, urging him not to repeat his own past regrets. The motorcycle man expressed satisfaction with his current salary, prompting Seungho to first dismiss money's importance, then immediately inquire about his monthly earnings. Seungho reacted with comical disbelief upon learning the motorcycle man earned 3 months of his own salary in just one. Seungho declared his intent to make good use of his current situation. Realizing he was running late, Seungho urged the motorcycle man to speed up, a concern for a limited edition Gucci item dismissed in their haste. The Samjin Group, ranked 30th in South Korea's financial world, stood as a monument to corporate power. Like all holding companies in South Korea, the glamorous facade hid a darker truth. Samjin International, the company at the very bottom, handled all the dirty work. This was Samjin International, a place willing to do anything for money. In the office, manager Kim exasperatedly questioned Seungho's work ethic, implying he wasn't taking his job seriously. Manager Kim angrily held up Seungho's compiled list, scolding him for pulling data from online marketplaces instead of doing proper research. Wearily, manager Kim pleaded with Seungho to improve, citing his own overwhelming stress and responsibilities. Seungho offered an apology, to which manager Kim sharply retorted that he needed to be good at his job, not just at apologizing. Defeated, manager Kim gave up, sighing and telling Seungho to return to his desk. Seungho mumbled to himself, embracing manager Kim's words with weary, self-deprecating humor. A female colleague offered Seungho a word of advice, telling him not to take manager Kim's comments to heart if he wanted to survive corporate life. Seungho pondered manager Kim's stress, concluding it must be the heavy burden of management. The colleague explained manager Kim's distress, revealing he had been severely reprimanded by Mujin Shipping that morning. A leg violently kicked something off-screen. Director Choi of Mujin Shipping strode into the office, angrily demanding manager Kim's presence. Manager Kim shot up in fear, greeting Director Choi, who responded with dismissive aggression. Director Choi declared his purpose was to renegotiate freight rates and rejected manager Kim's attempt at a calm discussion, demanding the contract immediately. Seungho whispered to his colleague, identifying Director Choi as the man who took over Mujin Shipping after the CEO's collapse. The colleague worried about the escalating freight rates and Director Choi's overbearing power trips, which were making the situation unbearable. She felt a pang of sympathy for manager Kim, who was shielding everyone from the brunt of the abuse. Manager Kim tried to reason, explaining they couldn't increase freight rates further after already making 3 adjustments this year. Seungho listened intently, remembering a rumor that Director Choi had become physically aggressive since starting mixed martial arts. Director Choi delivered a swift kick to manager Kim's shin, eliciting a cry of pain. Director Choi furiously continued his verbal assault, threatening to abandon their shipments if rates weren't adjusted, as manager Kim apologized in pain. His colleague advised Seungho to ignore Director Choi's behavior for the good of manager Kim and the entire company. As she elaborated on finding another shipping company, she suddenly realized Seungho had disappeared, voicing her annoyance at his vanishing act. Director Choi, holding a document with a red paperclip, issued a direct threat. He menacingly told manager Kim to watch his step. Director Choi then dropped the documents onto manager Kim's bowed head in a final act of humiliation. Suddenly, Director Choi reacted with surprise as Seungho presented him with a document. Seungho calmly stated the importance of the documents, while manager Kim looked on in shock. Director Choi arrogantly questioned Seungho's audacity, only to be met with an unimpressed reply and dismissive laughter. Director Choi aggressively poked at Seungho, condescendingly telling him his lowly status meant he couldn't speak casually. He mockingly lectured Seungho on basic manners, demanding a proper greeting. Director Choi then delivered a violent kick to Seungho's shin, calling him insolent. Seungho cried out as he crumpled to the floor, while Director Choi continued his abusive tirade. Seungho remained on the floor, enduring the pain and humiliation in silence. Manager Kim intervened, bowing deeply and apologizing to Director Choi, promising to review the freight rates while discreetly patting Seungho's shoulder. Seungho looked up at Manager Kim in surprise as he politely bade Director Choi farewell. Director Choi walked away, appearing composed and victorious, leaving Manager Kim and Seungho in his wake. Manager Kim asked Seungho if he smoked, which led to the surprising revelation of Seungho's actual age. Manager Kim then asked Seungho if he knew why the company had hired him. Seungho, a hint of hopeful pride in his voice, suggested his qualifications. Manager Kim bluntly dismissed his qualifications, stating that only a GED and motorcycle license were on his record. Manager Kim exhaled smoke, lost in thought. He revealed that he had hired Seungho because of the genuine sincerity he saw in his eyes. Manager Kim elaborated that he saw a true desire to achieve something significant. Manager Kim explained his belief that Seungho genuinely wanted to achieve something at the company. Manager Kim warned Seungho that corporate life was filled with irrational people. He further explained that a salaryman's fate often meant bowing his head to unfairness for the company's ultimate benefit. Manager Kim advised Seungho to feign ignorance of such situations, even forgetting them if witnessed. Seungho addressed Manager Kim, seemingly preparing to voice a deeper thought about their shared humanity beyond their corporate roles. Manager Kim laughed off the humiliation, admitting his embarrassment at being kicked by someone half his age. Seungho remained quiet, his gaze distant and filled with resolve. Manager Kim playfully boasted he chose not to dodge the kick and reminisced about his own fighting prowess, while Seungho humored him. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky. On the phone, the motorcycle man confirmed Director Choi's gym attendance to Seungho, whose purposeful footsteps indicated his destination. Seungho arrived at the Black MMA gym, instructing the motorcycle man to go home, ready to proceed alone. The motorcycle man enthusiastically promised his unwavering support if needed. Seungho, a menacing smirk on his face, rhetorically wondered what an irrational person like Director Choi feared most. His narration provided the answer, implying a more irrational opponent, as a boxing gym was revealed. Inside the boxing ring, Director Choi aggressively sparred, landing a heavy punch. His opponent, Sangtae, pleaded for the relentless barrage of punches to stop. Director Choi continued his brutal assault, demanding Sangtae fight back and earn his keep. Sangtae was violently knocked to the mat with a powerful blow. He lay bleeding and unconscious on the mat, his face contorted in pain. Director Choi looked down at the unconscious Sangtae, seemingly surprised by the extent of the damage. As Director Choi expressed concern and the coach called for first aid, Seungho, watching from outside the ring, scoffed at Sangtae's apparent weakness. The coach angrily confronted Director Choi, accusing him of crossing a line by constantly injuring his fighters, despite being a sponsor. Director Choi's expression turned cold and menacing as he addressed the coach. He disdainfully reminded the coach of his past struggles and asserted his dominance. The coach flinched back, intimidated and panicked, struggling to defend himself. With a condescending smirk, Director Choi offered the coach an envelope of money, suggesting he treat his fighters to a meal so they could endure more beatings. The coach grimaced, conflicted as Director Choi impatiently urged him to take the money, demeaning him further. Seungho stepped into the ring, holding the money, and mockingly echoed Director Choi's earlier words, directly challenging him. Seungho declared his intention to sign up for a gym membership. The coach reacted with surprise and a glimmer of hope to Seungho's request. Director Choi recognized Seungho, dismissively labeling him as Manager Kim's little lackey. Seungho calmly adjusted his tie, asking if he could spar immediately. Director Choi disdainfully thought about people who complained, believing his own problems as a social elite were far more significant. He inserted his mouthguard, seething at the clueless punks who dared to challenge him. Director Choi flexed, sneering about those without money or backing who tried to protect their egos. Meanwhile, Seungho calmly unbuttoned his shirt, preparing for the fight. Director Choi taunted Seungho, assuming he was there for revenge on behalf of Manager Kim. Seungho delivered a cutting remark, questioning Director Choi's lack of friends due to his incessant talking. Director Choi charged forward, furious, promising a much worse beating this time. Seungho effortlessly dodged Director Choi's punch, questioning whether paying to hurt people made him feel strong. Director Choi roared a death threat, launching another furious punch. As Seungho landed a precise punch, he calmly reiterated his earlier taunt about Director Choi's lack of friends. Director Choi reeled back, shocked and pained by the impact of the punch. Seungho, with a menacing smirk, challenged Director Choi's readiness. Seungho wound up for a powerful punch, his face set in grim determination. He delivered a verbal warning, suggesting the irreversible consequences of Director Choi's actions. Seungho's powerful punch connected with Director Choi's face. Director Choi's face contorted in agony as his mouthguard flew out from the devastating impact. Director Choi uttered a sound of pure shock and confusion. Seungho smirked, a dark confidence in his eyes. He delivered a final, powerful punch, stating his unwavering resolve. Before, in the ring, younger Seungho taunted his opponent, declaring he came to fight without fear. He emphasized his resolve, landing another strike in a flurry of motion. A powerful kick snapped through the air, driven by raw skill and aggression. Sangtae recoiled, his eyes wide with alarm as the punch neared. The blow landed with a brutal impact, forcing a pained cry from Sangtae as his head snapped back. Younger Seungho mocked Sangtae's fear, suggesting he might even wet himself. In the present, Seungho plotted to avoid harming the company, even if it meant provoking someone greatly. Enraged, Sangtae snarled threats, his face contorted in fury. Seungho's true aim was to force his opponent into a binding promise. Sangtae, consumed by rage, lunged forward with shouts of revenge. A powerful strike landed, contorting Sangtae's face in pain. Onlookers in the gym reacted with wide-eyed shock to the brutal exchange. Younger Seungho continued his taunts, questioning the strength of his opponent's fists. Sangtae seethed, consumed by fury at the relentless assault. Younger Seungho loomed over Sangtae, verbally attacking and physically intimidating his cowering opponent. He seized Sangtae's arm, asserting his dominance. Younger Seungho proposed a deal. He laid out strict terms, demanding that Sangtae never allow the company to suffer losses due to his actions. Sangtae, defiant despite his injuries, taunted younger Seungho about his perceived care for the company, forcing a grudging agreement. Their hands clasped, solidifying the coerced agreement. Then, younger Seungho stepped down, a new phase of the fight about to begin. Sangtae, enraged, launched a desperate kick, attacking despite their deal. Younger Seungho registered surprise at the renewed assault. He countered by forcing Sangtae into a painful submission hold, a crack echoing through the ring. Sangtae shrieked defiance and threats, struggling fiercely in the painful grip. Younger Seungho tightened the hold, twisting Sangtae's arm further. He reminded Sangtae of his explicit promise. Sangtae cried out in agony as his arm bent unnaturally, questioning younger Seungho's actions. A sickening snap echoed as younger Seungho twisted Sangtae's leg, even as Sangtae gasped a final warning about the company. Sangtae crashed to the canvas, defeated. The onlookers stared in horrified disbelief. The coach, back in the present, gasped at the unconscious Director Choi, defeated by Seungho. As others scrambled for an ambulance, Seungho instructed them to deliver a message when Director Choi awoke. Seungho smirked, stating that a man must uphold his word. The coach, intimidated, questioned Seungho's true identity. Seungho dismissed the query, casually identifying himself as an office worker. He walked away, reinforcing his normal office worker persona to the lingering onlookers. A building stood tall against the clear sky, a modern facade. Seungho stretched on a couch, musing on the unexpected soreness in his body. Applying bandages to his chest, Seungho acknowledged the unexpected skill of Director Choi and his own close call. His phone rang, and Seungho wondered what Ms. Minji could possibly want this early. Seungho answered, only to be immediately barraged by Ms. Minji's urgent questions about Director Choi and the trouble he'd caused. Ms. Minji urgently warned Seungho that Director Choi and his men were at the office, searching for him. Seungho's surprise grew as Ms. Minji relayed his manager's strict orders to stay home and rest. He inwardly pondered the difficult choice before him. Meanwhile, office workers huddled in fear amidst the aftermath of a disturbance. Director Choi casually recounted the ultimatum: either produce Seungho or accept double the freight rate. Manager Kim nervously inquired about Director Choi's motives, to which Director Choi claimed he was offering Seungho a final chance. Director Choi declared his intention to momentarily set aside past events. He stood, the conversation's tension rising. Director Choi outlined his condition for forgiveness. He continued, demanding a subservient bow. Director Choi gestured emphatically, detailing the extent of the demanded remorse. He concluded his terms, stating that only then would he honor the original contract, shocking the female office worker. Seungho, appearing dismayed, entered the office, drawing Manager Kim's attention. Manager Kim reacted with greater surprise at Seungho's unexpected appearance. Seungho entered, gasping slightly, his face set in angry determination. He observed the chaotic scene, questioning the severity of the non-gangster's actions, as murmurs spread among the office workers. Manager Kim confronted Director Choi, challenging the unreasonableness of his demands. Manager Kim expressed his profound disgust at Director Choi's childishness, eliciting a sharp reaction. Seungho stepped forward, reminding Director Choi of his promise not to inflict losses on the company. Director Choi, despite his bandaged face, arrogantly claimed his actions were merely beneficial contract renegotiations. Seungho taunted Director Choi, implying he'd suffered memory loss after being knocked out in one hit. Seungho's pointed remarks about Director Choi's injuries sparked murmurs and questions among the shocked office workers. Manager Kim mused on short-term memory loss from severe shock, which Director Choi furiously denied. Seungho pressed his taunt, accusing Director Choi of childishly changing his story, while Manager Kim questioned Director Choi's shame. The female office worker expressed her deep confusion and concern over the escalating conflict. Director Choi, with menacing intent, reiterated his demand for Seungho's humiliation. He escalated his demand, screaming for Seungho to crawl between his legs. Seungho seized the moment, forcing Director Choi to confirm his humiliating promise before the assembled staff. Seungho stood over the kneeling Director Choi, firmly establishing the humiliating condition as an official promise. He smirked, challenging Director Choi to keep his word this time. Seungho provoked Director Choi further, reminding him of a businessman's need for credit, driving Director Choi into a furious outburst. Manager Kim interceded, attempting to calm the enraged Director Choi and suggesting a private conversation. Director Choi screamed for release. Female office workers watched in stunned, fearful silence. Director Choi lunged, only to be met by a waiting bodyguard preparing to counter. Director Choi recoiled, fear flashing in his eyes at the bodyguard's sharp question. The bodyguard aggressively threatened Director Choi for physical contact. Seungho's gaze remained serious, etched with grim determination. Manager Kim advised Seungho to ignore such incidents in the future. Manager Kim chuckled, finding humor in Director Choi's humiliation at being beaten by a punk. Seungho clenched his fist, reflecting on the sacred boundaries of a man's pride. His face twisted, his eyes wide with barely suppressed rage. He concluded that a man's pride was not to be trampled upon. Manager Kim tapped Seungho's shoulder. Manager Kim sternly advised Seungho that silence was the safest course when elders spoke. He emphasized his warning by gripping Seungho's shoulder, demanding absolute silence from that moment on. Manager Kim warned Seungho about potential physical harm if he spoke, his voice angry, while Director Choi continued to scream furiously in the background. Director Choi bellowed orders, demanding Seungho's death and the brutal destruction of everyone present. Manager Kim cried out Seungho's name in alarm, joined by other shocked employees. Seungho's eyes glowed with intense, unbridled fury. Director Choi's 3 bodyguards charged at Seungho, yelling. A new voice cut through the chaos, questioning Director Choi's violent intentions. Director Choi smirked, glancing back as his men prepared for confrontation. He acknowledged the new arrival with a knowing smirk. Manager Kim and the female office worker reacted with surprised recognition. Director Baek Ijin entered the office, her arrival commanding immediate attention. Director Choi angrily challenged Director Baek Ijin, questioning her interference in his business. He continued his verbal assault, dismissing her as a mere puppet director. Director Baek Ijin smirked, conceding President Choi's business acumen. She then delivered a biting insult, questioning President Choi's parenting skills regarding his son. Director Choi reacted with explosive rage to her provocative statement. Director Baek Ijin calmly explained her past tolerance, hinting at a change in her approach. She delivered another cutting remark, suggesting character wasn't inherited. Director Baek Ijin then presented photographic evidence of Director Choi's questionable activities. She delivered a final scathing assessment of Director Choi's character, linking it to his physical appearance. Director Choi, angered and defiant, accused her of threatening him. Director Baek Ijin calmly retorted that Director Choi was the one making threats. Director Choi's eyes widened in sudden shock or realization. As a chair rolled, Director Baek Ijin began to point out the strange anomaly of delayed ship departures impacting Mujin shipping. She calmly exposed Director Choi's intentional delays and his suspicious motives. Director Baek Ijin challenged Director Choi's attempt to shift blame, questioning his position to bluff. Director Choi attempted to turn the tables, challenging her intent regarding their business relationship. Director Baek Ijin dismissively stated that interpretation was open to everyone. She asserted that the consequences of Director Choi's emotional decisions would soon become apparent. Director Baek Ijin watched calmly as Director Choi's men retreated. She then signaled a shift in her focus. Seungho, Manager Kim, and the female office worker stood formally, awaiting her next move. Director Baek Ijin proposed a private discussion with them. The director's office stood, a place of quiet authority. Inside the spacious office, Director Baek Ijin convened a meeting with Seungho, Manager Kim, and the female office worker. Director Baek Ijin began by establishing the facts of the previous day's events. She then directly questioned whether Seungho had assaulted Director Choi. Manager Kim nervously clarified that it was a legal sparring match, not an assault, adding that Director Choi had initiated the physical confrontation. The female office worker reacted with shock and disbelief, suddenly realizing Director Choi's earlier claims might be true. Director Baek Ijin detailed the substantial financial losses incurred due to Seungho's actions, amounting to nearly 1 billion won. Manager Kim, distraught, took responsibility for the losses and profusely apologized to Director Baek Ijin. The female office worker cried, lamenting Seungho's intervention and expressing her deep sorrow. Seungho listened calmly, a slight frown on his face. As Seungho and Manager Kim stood on the rooftop, the narration reflected on the harsh truth: an office worker's fate sometimes meant bowing one's head to protect the company. Seungho's fist clenched tightly, a silent testament to his suppressed emotions. He uttered a business adage, which surprised Director Baek Ijin. Seungho, smirking confidently, attributed his wisdom to a trader friend. He asserted that the reported losses were merely projected, as the motorbikes remained unsold. Seungho, jaw set, declared his intention to tackle the motorbike export deal. He confidently took full responsibility, vowing to handle it his own way from start to finish. Director Baek Ijin smirked, intrigued by his bold declaration. Director Baek Ijin mused on Seungho's unexpected audacity, finding him far crazier than she had initially thought. The female office worker recalled Seungho's confident vow that he would take care of everything himself. The weight of their new, impossible task pressed heavily on Seungho. Manager Kim lamented their new criminal enterprise, aghast at the week-long deadline to move 500 motorbikes. Anxious, the female office worker questioned the morality and feasibility of their venture, even as manager Kim boasted of his past sales prowess. Seungho, bowed in deep regret, apologized for worsening their plight. But the female office worker, now called Kwon, quickly reassured him, praising his courage for doing what others only dreamed. Manager Kim's sudden anger cut through her cheer, leaving Kwon profusely apologizing once more. Manager Kim, a melancholic smile on his face, insisted they shouldn't have intervened, wishing he could have faced the consequences alone. Kwon, tears welling, fiercely declared she simply couldn't stand by and watch him suffer alone. A stylish woman, intrigued by their bold confidence, proposed they join forces. The stylish woman christened them the Samjin Task Force, while Kwon mused on their unexpected alliance, sensing hidden depths in their new partner. Seungho offered a heartfelt thank you to Kwon. Seungho and Kwon exchanged puzzled glances at the unexpected address. Manager Kim revealed a deep, long-held appreciation for someone finally stepping up in his stead. He admitted his genuine surprise at the turn of events. Most profoundly, he was moved that it was Kwon who had finally stood up for him. Manager Kim confessed his immense satisfaction at Director Choi getting decked, despite its recklessness. Manager Kim expressed deep gratitude to Kwon. Manager Kim joked about wanting to punch Director Choi himself, then playfully teased Kwon about Director Choi's reaction, prompting her embarrassed protest and Seungho's surprise. The city sprawled out beneath the moon, vast and indifferent. The stylish woman, a keen observer, openly wondered how a legend would navigate their current predicament. She contemplated the challenge ahead, a framed photo hinting at the legend's untold past, including a younger Seungho. Seungho maintained a professional facade, expressing understanding and gratitude during a crucial business call. The call concluded, signaling another dead end. Kwon sighed in profound frustration, yet another contact proving fruitless, booked solid for months. Manager Kim, exhausted, acknowledged the difficulty but found solace in retaining his right arm. Kwon, exasperated by their utter lack of progress, wondered where Seungho had vanished after inciting such chaos. Manager Kim relayed Seungho's call, revealing he had found a new approach to the motorbikes and had an errand to run. Kwon's eyes widened in surprised curiosity, a new way. Seungho expressed sarcastic relief to a contact, noting their shared, albeit unique, passion for motorbikes and wealth. The motorcycle man, bubbling with eager loyalty, demanded official recognition from Seungho, who curtly told him to live his own life. Seungho clarified his need for the motorcycle man's expertise, but warned he would be merciless if he proved unhelpful. Han Byung, the motorcycle man, swelled with renewed enthusiasm, declaring his complete devotion to Seungho as a colleague, not an underling. Seungho voiced his suspicion about the dump-like location for their motorbike deal, but Han Byung assured him it was the right spot for bulk purchases. They stepped into a vast, dimly lit warehouse, the air thick with the presence of tough, watchful men. In a grimy corner, tattooed men poured and stirred, engaged in a mysterious, unsavory activity. Scarred and tattooed men, their gazes sharp, watched the newcomers from the shadows. A hand picked up black bean noodles, a deceptive calm before the conversation. A man with a goatee addressed them with casual menace, inviting them to state their business. Seungho worried these men seemed like fugitives, while Han Byung admitted he only knew them as a bulk buying operation. Seungho pressed for details on their clientele, and Han Byung whispered his grim suspicion, undocumented workers or underage kids. Han Byung chillingly clarified his words, and Seungho reacted with a sharp, horrified gasp. Seungho furiously berated Han Byung, incensed by the delayed revelation of the buyer's true nature. The man with the goatee, ignoring Han Byung's panicked deflection, jovially inquired about their conversation before pushing for a deal. Seungho cut in, confidently stating their intention to sell a significant number of motorbikes. He specified the quality and quantity, 500 units, just like their sample. A sinister grin stretched across the man's face, revealing a missing tooth. With a chilling, maniacal grin, the man declared he would buy them all. He cynically explained his market flourished in tough times, preying on young people's aversion to responsibility. With a predatory grin, he offered responsibility-free pleasure, a chilling gift. Han Byung nervously declined, and Seungho, his patience snapping, abruptly declared their departure. Han Byung stared in confusion as Seungho flatly stated they were no longer selling. When Han Byung protested, Seungho retorted fiercely, he would not sell bikes for criminal use. Seungho declared they were no syndicate subcontractors, provoking a hostile reaction from the man with the goatee. Seungho fiercely defended Samjin Trading's honor, as Han Byung nervously tried to intervene. Han Byung angrily protested Seungho's abrupt withdrawal, arguing his immense effort and the universal uncertainty of end use. Sweating and desperate, Han Byung pleaded with Seungho, revealing his own lack of options if the deal collapsed. Seungho calmly stated the hard truth, in business, deals sometimes fell through. The man with the goatee snarled, reminding Seungho that time was money. Enraged, he demanded compensation for his wasted, precious time, sneeringly calling them little gold nuggets. Seungho, remarkably calm amidst the growing tension, suggested they call it even and optimistically hinted at future collaborations. Boots scraped the dusty floor, signaling the shift from words to imminent threat. Han Byung, sensing the escalating mood, confidently vowed to educate their opponents himself. Han Byung's voice boomed through the warehouse, a furious, ill-advised challenge. The tough men reacted with startled annoyance, their focus now squarely on Han Byung. Han Byung boastfully recounted Seungho's legendary past, then abruptly ordered him to start the scooter. Han Byung's boast turned to shock, Seungho was already abandoning him, fleeing towards the exit. Seungho, his voice laced with urgent practicality, reminded Han Byung he was an office worker, not a fighter, and was leaving if he didn't follow. The command, "Kill him," rang out, and Han Byung screamed in terror and regret, scrambling after Seungho. Han Byung frantically questioned Seungho's refusal to sell the bikes, the screech of his shoes echoing his desperate confusion. A foot sharply kicked something on the ground. Han Byung yelled in confusion as Seungho agilely leapt away. Weapons whistled through the air as attackers swarmed Seungho, shouting orders to break his legs. The man with the goatee taunted Seungho, reminding him a broker never abandons his goods. The man was surprised by Seungho's sharp command not to touch the scooter. Seungho moved, a blur of precision strikes and powerful kicks, opponents collapsing around him. Shock and terror erupted among the onlookers as Seungho unleashed his true power. With deliberate intent, Seungho pressed his finger to the scooter, leaving an imprint. Seungho sat coolly on the scooter, nonchalantly declaring it even for getting dirty. The scooter purred to life as Seungho playfully accused Han Byung of attempting to ditch him, which he vehemently denied. Han Byung, reaffirming his loyalty as the scooter hummed, voiced deep concern about the unsold bikes and regretted not selling them, a sentiment Seungho knowingly echoed. The scooter swerved sharply as Seungho, with a sly grin, admitted he was just kidding and had skipped work for a personal cut. The scooter roared, and Seungho reacted with a sudden jolt as another bike zipped past. Seungho keenly observed the flurry of incoming calls, recognizing them as pure potential earnings. Han Byung timidly asked to return to work, prompting Seungho to inquire about his supposedly lucrative profession. Han Byung revealed he worked in deliveries, stunning Seungho, who questioned how such a job could be so well-paying. Han Byung, respectfully earnest, suggested Seungho had chosen the wrong path and should consider delivery work instead. Han Byung confidently stated Seungho's skills could easily net him 10 million a month in deliveries, to Seungho's utter disbelief. The imposing skyscraper of Samjin Company loomed, a monument to corporate power. The stylish woman gravely updated her colleagues, acknowledging the dire difficulty despite exhausting all options. She meticulously detailed the market saturation in Korea and the year-long backlog for international shipping. Manager Kim, worried and pensive, suggested they might realistically have to transport the motorbikes themselves. Kwon timidly suggested renegotiating with Director Choi, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding. The door swung open as Seungho confidently strode in, helmet in hand, announcing his return to surprised faces. Seungho dropped into his seat, and the stylish woman, disheartened, immediately assumed his efforts had failed, dismissing mere legwork. The stylish woman, her voice probing, asked if truly no other solution remained. Seungho remained silent, a pregnant pause hanging heavy in the air. Then Seungho, with strategic calm, proposed a radical idea: make use of what they already had. His colleagues registered surprise as Seungho clarified his intention: the motorbikes they already possessed. Han Byung, eyes gleaming, enthusiastically educated Seungho on the staggering $1 trillion annual revenue of the delivery market. He continued to impress Seungho with more statistics, comparing delivery agencies' revenue to that of major tech companies. Han Byung highlighted the market's concentration, noting that nearly half of all agencies were in Seoul and Incheon, boasting over $1 trillion in sales. He underscored the reality, asserting that peak hours saw more delivery bikes than cars, proving his numbers were no exaggeration. Seungho placed the helmet on the desk, his words hinting at a strategic new purpose for the motorbikes. With soaring ambition, Seungho declared they could leverage the bikes for not just one, but over 10 billion won. Manager Kim, ever cautious, warned against light-hearted leaps into new business ventures. Kwon questioned Seungho's vague plan, reminding him their company was no child's game. Seungho asserted his seriousness, revealing extensive research into industry trends and an operational expert already secured, drawing on a hidden past. The stylish woman assertively reminded an unseen director of his explicit permission. A hand decisively reached for the helmet as the stylish woman recalled a directive to persevere until the very end. Seungho, helmet in hand, smiled with potent confidence: they were only just getting started. The city lights offered a moment of quiet contemplation, hinting at the vast, complex world Seungho was preparing to re-enter. The stylish woman critically analyzed Director Choi's inexplicable antagonism, wondering why a shrewd businessman would willingly incur a loss. With the Mujin shipping presidency vacant, this man's ambition for succession demanded a clear, undeniable victory. A chilling possibility emerged: perhaps someone had enticed Director Choi with a far greater profit to sever their contract. An enigmatic figure within the company, possessing both the will and the power to orchestrate such a lucrative betrayal, became the focus of her concern. The man on the phone confidently assured his demanding caller that the long-awaited, desired news would be delivered very soon. A metaphor for their current struggle, he considered a dam too weak to hold even a small trickle. The project's success was paramount, for without it, their very existence felt meaningless. Seungho's blunt question sliced through the tension, demanding identification from the stranger. Freelance consultant Han Byung, who also went by Han Crime, introduced himself with a flourish, making Seungho realize something profound about their conversation. The city's pulse thrummed beneath the roaring engine as they navigated the busy streets. Seungho unexpectedly declared Han Byung far more useful than he'd imagined, seeing his potential to greatly benefit their company, which stunned Byung into a hopeful disbelief. Seungho firmly instructed Han Byung to report as a consultant tomorrow, dressed to command respect, and Byung eagerly saluted his boss. Samjin Company's imposing headquarters stood as a symbol of corporate ambition, gleaming under the clear sky. Purposeful footsteps echoed through the corporate halls. An unexpected figure strode into the office, his arrival instantly commanding the surprised attention of the staff. An unseen voice promised a truly surprising sight with his arrival. While a colleague expressed nervousness about the hyped arrival, a confident man reassured her that disappointment was simply not an option. The stylish woman's impatience grew, demanding an immediate answer to his arrival time. A knock at the door instantly confirmed his presence, prompting Kwon to declare it was time for the reveal. Kwon gleefully began the introduction, but then Han Byung himself declared his flamboyant arrival as the delivery business consultant. The door opened, revealing Han Byung in a shocking ensemble, leaving Seungho silently questioning the sight. Raw, guttural shock erupted from one man in a silent scream. Han Byung-h's casual greeting amplified the growing sense of impropriety. The stylish woman faltered, trying to utter the full title of Delivery Specialist Consultant Han Byung through her utter disbelief. Kwon awkwardly tried to correct himself, offering Mr. Han Crime, while Byung brazenly winked and expressed his eagerness to begin. Seungho furiously grabbed Han Byung's tie, demanding to know why he appeared dressed like a yakuza, while Byung nervously defended his choice as an attempt to avoid being looked down upon. Amidst the growing chaos, the stylish woman simply uttered Seungho's name, a question heavy with embarrassment. Overwhelmed, the stylish woman could only articulate her profound disbelief, questioning the consultant's true identity. Still gripping Byung's tie, Seungho nervously stammered out the embarrassing truth: this was the consultant he had promised. The stylish woman's furious question, "Kwon, is this some kind of joke?" echoed ominously down the hallway. The team erupted in incredulous outrage, demanding how such a punk could be a consultant, while Seungho desperately pleaded for them to at least hear the man out. As her colleague internally despaired over the added burden and childish antics, the stylish woman remained silently disappointed. Despite the team's shocked protests, the stylish woman decisively commanded them to let him in for now. The stylish woman rationalized her decision, explaining it would be impolite to leave a guest waiting, especially one Seungho had brought to the team. A male colleague urged calm, suggesting that if Seungho recommended him, there must be a valid reason, and they should hear him out. The stylish woman, restoring order, calmly instructed her team to prepare the meeting materials for their guest, and the instruction was acknowledged. The stylish woman's polite query, asking if she could call him Mr. Han Byung, caught the consultant by surprise, yet he quickly agreed. With a calm demeanor, the stylish woman officially initiated the meeting, instructing everyone to consult the handouts she had distributed. Han Byung began outlining the complex financial and market analysis required for a successful delivery agency, captivating the team. He then proposed a revenue model centered on lease fees for their existing motorbikes, a strategic point that held everyone's focused attention. Han Byung explained that rider recruitment, open to all ages and genders, seemed straightforward. Both Han Byung and Seungho listened with focused intent as the discussion progressed. Han Byung concluded that the low entry barrier should make staffing relatively easy. The stylish woman sharply contradicted him, asserting that staffing would actually prove difficult, which visibly surprised Han Byung. As Han Byung stammered in confusion, the stylish woman countered with stark examples of rider efficiency, illustrating the vast difference in output. She analytically explained that a rider's attitude drastically impacted their efficiency, making it incredibly difficult to find genuinely professional drivers amidst a sea of casual labor. She issued a serious warning: a low entry barrier also attracted a surge of irresponsible individuals, leading to endless problems on the streets. She painted a grim picture of the industry, where fistfights, food theft, and accidents were met with a shrug, and the prevailing rule was, "Sue me if you want." She ended her challenge with a skeptical query: could they truly manage such unpredictable individuals, especially under the prestigious Samjin name? A traditional hanok rested serenely against the colorful backdrop of a fading sunset. The powerful mutual aid union was now being discussed. A formal, traditional pouring of drinks marked the solemnity of the occasion. Director Han Jae-myung quoted a philosophical phrase about unity, partnership, and collective progress. A delicate, traditional vase was held with quiet elegance. Samjin Trading Director Han Jae-myung, with a confident smirk, questioned if the philosophical phrase perfectly encapsulated their current, evolving relationship. Director Han pressed Director Choi for agreement, to which Choi began a measured response. "In business," he started. Director Choi pragmatically dismissed any talk of aligned hearts, deeming such sentimentality mere, cheesy talk in modern business. Director Choi expressed a subtle discomfort, feeling as though he was an unwilling participant in an intimate family feud. Director Han slyly complimented Director Choi's impressive performance, confessing he hadn't expected such personal intervention. Director Choi calmly attributed his involvement to mere curiosity, assertively confirming he had fulfilled his promises precisely as agreed. Director Han shrewdly laid out the lucrative terms. Smooth resolution would mean covering all losses and granting exclusive logistics contracts to Samjin Trading for the entire year. Director Choi confidently reiterated the exclusive contract rights, then subtly questioned Baek Ijin's position, reminding Director Han of his royal family status despite his current struggles. As a drink was poured, Director Han joked about the many Baeks at Samjin, to which Director Choi pragmatically asserted the company prioritized future performance over past lineage. Director Han claimed Mujin Shipping's balance would now tip to Choi's side, and after a clink, Choi humbly agreed, playfully deflecting while subtly demanding continued assistance from the younger folks. With a mischievous smirk, Director Han revealed that Baek Ijin was apparently embarking on something quite amusing. Director Han relayed Baek Ijin's plan to repurpose motorbike inventory for a delivery business, strategically probing Director Choi's thoughts on Mujin Shipping's reported interest in the same market. Director Choi reacted with a subtle smirk and a suppressed laugh, clearly finding the news amusingly pathetic. Director Choi burst into mocking laughter, confidently dismissing the naive notion that a few motorbikes alone could sustain a delivery business. Han Byung explained that, while seemingly simple from the outside, the delivery business was far more complex than just moving bikes. Han Byung energetically insisted that beneath its veneer, the industry was nothing short of a complete madhouse. Han Byung declared it a complete circus, prompting Director Choi to cynically question if the lawless veterans of this turf would passively accept a new company's intrusion. Han Byung gravely confirmed that harassment from established agencies was a traditional, somber reality for newcomers. Han Byung's disbelieving question hung in the air: did they truly believe gathering proper riders would be easy? Han Byung critically observed that recruitment efforts were desperate, questioning if Baek Ijin could ever control a team hastily assembled from minors and unlicensed individuals. Director Han's commanding voice cut through the air, uttering his own name with serious intent. Director Choi began, his sinister smirk deepening, as he articulated his thoughts on this delivery agency business. He flatly asserted that it was not a business for mere men in suits. The team listened with rapt attention as Han Byung stood before them. Han Byung emphasized the intense, realistic need to aggressively navigate rival agencies' brutal turf wars within this chaotic industry. He insisted they must also directly manage riders on the unpredictable front lines. The stylish woman listened intently, her expression serious and deeply thoughtful. Han Byung's voice, confrontational and sharp, challenged the notion that a greenhorn Baek Ijin could truly manage such demands. Director Choi, with powerful and resolute conviction, declared that if it were Seungho, he absolutely could. The expansive urban landscape stretched out under the bright daytime sky. A bustling crowd of people converged in the city's heart, drawn by an unseen event. A low murmur of chatter filled the bustling city street as the crowd gathered. An impatient man with tattoos loudly demanded to know when the proceedings, for which they had been summoned, would finally begin. The restless crowd, a man in a beanie and another with spiky hair among them, grumbled about delays and personal losses, impatiently pressing Byung for a start time. Han Byung, despite his all-night efforts to gather the crowd, expressed deep nervousness and questioned Seungho about the certainty of their audacious plan. Seungho, with commanding resolve, instructed Han Byung to gather anyone and everyone willing to work by tomorrow, regardless of their background. Han Byung protested, overwhelmed by the impossible tomorrow deadline, but Seungho simply stated his resolute trust. Seungho's acknowledgement as his right hand unleashed an over-the-top, determined promise from Han Byung to recruit absolutely everyone he knew. Seungho cleared his throat, testing the megaphone before his momentous address. Seungho's amplified shout, followed by a sharp squeal, instantly captured the crowd's annoyed attention. Seungho began with a formal, respectful thank you to the large crowd for their early morning presence. An eager, skeptical shout from a bald man in the crowd demanded to know the truth of the circulating rumors. The bald man pressed for confirmation: was it truly free to borrow a bike if they committed to deliveries here? With a triumphant smirk, Seungho unequivocally confirmed, it's true. Seungho enthusiastically announced the groundbreaking offer: every Samjin rider would receive an absolutely free bike, with zero lease fees. A man in the crowd voiced the collective disbelief, questioning if the generous offer was a scam and wondering about the risk of theft, despite acknowledging its potentially huge legitimacy. Seungho then shifted, revealing that this incredibly generous free equipment support came with two stringent conditions. His first condition was legal rider registration, followed by a very tough interview, setting a serious and demanding tone. And then, with a calculated pause, Seungho began to reveal the interview method. Seungho stretched, meticulously rolling up his sleeve in serious preparation for the upcoming test. With a challenging and confident declaration, Seungho revealed the interview method: arm wrestling. The moment of truth approached, as the interview method was about to be revealed. Seungho smoothly adjusted his tie, a subtle gesture of confidence. The interview method, Seungho declared, was arm wrestling. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, some questioning the method, others eager to confirm the prize. The crowd erupted, men jostling and yelling to be first in line for the unconventional interview. The city square buzzed with the impatient, noisy anticipation of the gathered crowd. A motorcycle pulled to a stop, its engine cutting through the incessant chatter as a new observer arrived. The motorcycle man scoffed at the idea of a free lease, dismissing the entire scene as a pathetic circus. He decided it was the perfect opportunity to instill some discipline, smoothly removing his helmet. Seungho, unperturbed, wondered who dared cause such a commotion in his territory. Amidst the murmuring, the tracksuit thug desperately tried to organize the unruly crowd into a single line. The tracksuit thug yelled at the tall motorcycle man for cutting the line, demanding he go to the very back. Still yelling, the tracksuit thug insisted on order, before his voice trailed off in sudden confusion. A nervous, forced laugh escaped him as he slowly grasped the reality of the situation. The tracksuit thug suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, prompting a curious glance from Seungho. The tracksuit thug gasped, recognizing his superior as the motorcycle man stared down, confirming a familiar face. The motorcycle man glared, his voice a low growl, questioning if the one responsible for this circus was actually here for an interview. He sneered, mocking the audacity and wondering why comedy shows were dying if this was their competition. Recognition spread through the crowd as a thug gasped, realizing the formidable Kwon Seungho was among them. A hand shot out, clamping down with crushing force onto Seungho's arm. The tracksuit thug recoiled, crashing into a wooden crate in shock. Kwon Seungho's voice was venomous as he accused the suit boy of attempting to steal his riders with a pathetic clown act. He snarled, belittling Seungho's understanding of their world, then mockingly offered his assistance for the interview. Seungho simply smirked, assuring Kwon Seungho that he knew this scene very well. Seungho calmly addressed him by his full name, catching Kwon Seungho by surprise. Seungho continued, revealing Kwon Seungho's age and past as a disgraced SuperiorCh team captain. He elaborated on the permanent ban, detailing the abuse that had left juniors injured for months. Seungho finished, exposing Kwon Seungho's current role as a yacha delivery manager, earning a maniacal laugh and grudging respect for his research. 28. Still, Kwon Seungho warned Seungho to abandon his charade and leave, or face a brutal consequence. Narration transition. The terrified tracksuit thug gulped, his voice trembling as he questioned Seungho's reckless confrontation. The blonde thug frantically warned Seungho not to provoke the influential Kwon Seungho. The blonde thug insisted Kwon Seungho respected neither rank nor age, but Seungho countered that such a person was precisely what they needed. Seungho casually tapped the blonde thug, posing a rhetorical question about the unchanging nature of the world. The blonde thug hesitantly inquired about Seungho's enigmatic question. With a confident smirk, Seungho smoothly pulled up his sleeve, preparing for the challenge. Seungho proposed a bet, an arm wrestle, and his hand shot out, gripping Kwon Seungho's with surprising force. If Kwon Seungho won, Seungho declared, they would lend him every one of their motorbikes, completely free. But if Seungho won, Hwang Jung-gyu would become a Samjin rider, a taunt that sent a crackle of rage through him. Hwang Jung-gyu threatened dire consequences if Seungho reneged, but Seungho calmly affirmed a verbal contract was still a contract. Hwang Jung-gyu groaned, straining with every fiber, his muscles trembling under the immense effort. Manager Kim praised Seungho for his amazing achievement in saving all the motorcycles, confidently asking how he managed such a feat. Seungho humbly dismissed his success as mere luck, but a female office worker found it suspicious, prompting Manager Kim to emphasize the importance of fieldwork for understanding. A colleague passionately described Seungho's bold on-site performance, claiming it would dispel all doubt, as Manager Kim confirmed the recruitment went smoothly. An unidentified worker, clearly startled, reacted with wide-eyed surprise to a sudden, unheard statement. The man with black hair and glasses confidently stated there would be no problems with the riders, muffling a struggling colleague to make his point. Manager Kim confirmed the motorcycles were safely in Samjin's warehouse, and the stylish woman, despite the tight one-month usage period, expressed fierce determination to avoid setbacks for their new business. The stylish woman offered gentle words of encouragement, appreciating their hard work and asking them to persevere just a little longer. A man with short black hair optimistically believed that with Seungho, everything would continue to go smoothly, anticipating no further problems. A sudden, soft thud preceded a wave of shock and distress across the team, while an oblivious colleague asked what was wrong. The stylish woman sternly warned the confused man that he had just uttered a forbidden word, explaining that every field had one. The stylish woman revealed the grave implication for their boss when someone says things are going well, suggesting a looming misfortune. Manager Kim reacted with extreme shock and bewilderment to the cryptic statement, while his colleagues remained puzzled. Manager Kim furiously demanded an explanation for the sudden and impossible order to vacate the warehouse. Seungho received worrying news that sales team 1's goods had been moved up to next week, leaving him feeling helpless and stating there was nothing they could do. Manager Kim formally apologized over the phone, confirmed his understanding, and ended the call, while a colleague listened intently. Manager Kim relayed the news of sales team 1's accelerated delivery schedule, and the stylish woman immediately recognized it as Director Han's team, revealing the true nature of the problem. A knowing smirk played on the stylish woman's lips, acknowledging the implicit challenge. With intense determination, the stylish woman acknowledged the challenge, asking if this was how they intended to play. The female office worker desperately tried to secure an alternative factory or warehouse, growing increasingly frustrated by the difficulty caused by the Black Friday season. The female office worker despaired that finding a new warehouse within a week was impossible, and Seungho confirmed he had also had no luck. The female office worker reflected on the business's absurdity from the start, recognizing that external interference had compounded its already impossible chances of success. The stylish woman, with a determined gaze, posed a rhetorical question, suggesting that their current predicament was precisely why they could succeed. A colleague confidently articulated their philosophy: success could not be found through predictable methods, but always within the impossible. The female office worker reminded Seungho of their company's motto, emphasizing that overcoming such a crisis would bring a greater reward, then addressed him directly. The female office worker asked Seungho about the origin of his positive outlook, to which he casually replied that an old friend had drilled it into his brain. The female office worker clarified her question, asking about his lecturing of a senior, causing Seungho to become cartoonishly flustered and claim he was merely talking to himself. With a mischievous smile, the female office worker told Seungho that she hadn't given up either, peeking over the cubicle. From beyond the empty cubicle, an unseen voice declared that they still had their manager as a resource. Manager Kim, smiling brightly and smudged with dirt, was cheerfully greeted by an unseen colleague in the industrial setting. An annoyed worker insisted Manager Kim stop helping, claiming it made him uncomfortable, but Manager Kim dismissed his concerns, saying a warehouse wouldn't just appear. Manager Kim laughed heartily, insisting he would help at least this much, much to the shock and fluster of the other worker. A male worker sighed in exasperation as Manager Kim, carrying a heavy rolled-up mat, continued to walk away, completely undeterred. A worker casually commented on the foreman's newfound sense, while another questioned the brand of canned coffee, noting the unusual change. Workers discussed Manager Kim's diligent assistance, noting his unusual speed for an office worker and how his unexpected helpfulness made them uncomfortable. A worker expressed admiration for Manager Kim's physical skills, prompting Manager Kim to jokingly boast that skills learned by the body never disappear, recalling his past recognition for loading abilities. The male worker pondered in thoughtful silence, digesting Manager Kim's surprising revelation. Manager Kim bowed deeply, earnestly requesting to be contacted if any warehouse opened up, and the worker assured him he would definitely do so. An unidentified man unexpectedly approached Manager Kim, asking if he was indeed looking for a warehouse. The unidentified man provided Manager Kim with a crucial lead on a potentially available warehouse due to a shipping accident, filling Manager Kim with immense gratitude. The unidentified man called out to Manager Kim, who turned around in surprise. The unidentified man, holding a canned coffee, smiled broadly as he thanked Manager Kim for the beverage. An expansive, sun-drenched landscape unfurled under a bright sky, offering a moment of quiet before the storm. Manager Kim stood confidently inside the large warehouse as his team arrived, calling out to him with anticipation. Manager Kim told his team they didn't need to rush, but a colleague eagerly explained that he couldn't wait after hearing about the new warehouse. The female office worker asked if they had spoken with the person in charge, and a colleague confirmed they were waiting for him. Manager Kim and his team were suddenly surprised by an arriving individual who immediately recognized them as Manager Kim's team. A young man in a flashy suit sauntered in, confidently jingling something, and taunted them about their slow response to their desperate situation. Manager Kim expressed his shocked surprise at Manager Park's arrival, who smugly revealed he was there to sign a contract, implying their warehouse was now his. Manager Kim's team angrily confronted Manager Park, accusing him of taking their warehouse, but he calmly dismissed their claims as a simple business transaction, questioning their sense of ownership. Manager Park then criticized Manager Kim's management of his subordinates, prompting a sharp, angry silence from the female office worker at his audacity. Manager Kim pleaded with Manager Park, reminding him of their desperate situation, but Manager Park, with a dismissive gesture, feigned empathy, claiming he didn't feel good about it either. With a sinister smirk, Manager Park declared that Manager Kim should have simply picked the right side from the beginning. Manager Kim questioned his strategy, to which Manager Park responded with a cynical view of corporate life, stating that everyone was just a performing clown and the best one was the one who walked the line well. Manager Kim tried to reason with him, but Manager Park, with a chilling pragmatism, countered that knowing when to switch sides before a rope snaps was a skill in itself. Two colleagues discussed their success in securing an additional warehouse contract, expressing surprise that their opponents had somehow acquired information they shouldn't have had. A colleague reported successfully arranging insulation panels and planned to grind Manager Park down, thanking Director Han for his support. A man with short black hair asked Director Choi about their plan to funnel goods to Mujin Shipping once Director Baek Ijin's matter was resolved. As the man suggested gradually laying groundwork, Director Choi smirked and repeated, Mujin Shipping, hinting at a deeper, more manipulative agenda. Director Choi commented on Manager Park's unexpected sentimental side, questioning his special affection for Samjin trading. The man enthusiastically agreed, then implied Manager Park would be funneling many goods, but not to Samjin trading. The man then smoothly revealed the goods would instead go to Samjin Construction, shocking an unseen character with the depth of the betrayal. The man with short black hair immediately stood up and bowed deeply, expressing newfound clarity and eagerly requesting continued guidance from Director Han. Director Choi subtly complimented the man's talent for putting on an act, patting his shoulder and cautioning him not to forget it. With a menacing expression, Director Choi advised the distressed man that to achieve anything great, he must know how to bury obstacles and move forward. Seungho questioned how such internal corporate machinations could unfold, staring at the imposing Samjin building. Manager Kim expressed his disbelief at the extent of interference from within their own company, his team looking visibly defeated. Manager Kim wondered if the outcome would have been different had he not stepped in, but Seungho quickly encouraged his team, taking the blame himself. The stylish woman dramatically revealed her identity as Chairman Baek Tae-san's daughter and took responsibility for director Han Jae-myung's incomprehensible interference. The stylish woman further revealed that Chairman Baek Tae-san's second wife, her stepmother Cheon Yoo-hui, was the true power behind director Han Jae-myung. The stylish woman explained that Mujin Shipping never intended to willingly accept their commission, no matter how much they raised it, surprising the team with the depth of the resistance. The stylish woman revealed the true goal was to prevent her from gaining any foothold under the Samjin name, assuring her team that the fault was not theirs. The stylish woman theorized that director Han Jae-myung must have promised Mujin Shipping an even greater profit in exchange for tying up the motorcycle export deal. The female office worker expressed concern about their past connection, but the stylish woman explained that director Han's proposal was likely a far sweeter choice for director Choi Suk-jin. The stylish woman clarified that director Choi Suk-jin was currently vying to inherit President Choi's management rights, making him vulnerable. She explained that director Choi Suk-jin was being rigorously tested by the board of directors, intensifying his need for results. The stylish woman asserted that director Choi would disregard any means or methods to achieve recognition, as the company valued only greater profit and results. Seungho quietly repeated the stark terms, greater results, greater profit, internalizing the ruthless corporate mindset. Manager Kim questioned the company's surprising childishness, sparking a frustrated outburst from a colleague about airing dirty laundry, which was swiftly met with a scolding from others. A man with short black hair lamented that both the motorcycle world and the corporate world were equally dirty, shocking his colleague. His colleague, surprised, questioned his statement about a dirty world, but the man quickly clarified that he had been referring to something else entirely. The man with black hair and glasses reacted with profound shock to the idea of selling all his motorcycles. The stylish woman, serious and resolute, proposed trying a new approach. A man with black hair and glasses confidently identified the core problem as their motorcycles being stuck as troublesome inventory due to a blocked export route. He explained the solution was both simple and difficult, selling the motorcycles, but manager Kim immediately pointed out the critical hurdle of finding a buyer for hundreds at full price. The stylish woman agreed, realizing the problem stemmed from their attempt to sell only the motorcycles. A man with black hair and glasses, smiling confidently, revealed their plan was to sell them together, hinting at an alliance with yesterday's enemy. He dramatically declared their new partner was today's ally, punctuated by heavy impact sounds. Younger Seungho, with intense focus, landed a powerful punch on the heavy bag, the impact ringing through the gym. The heavy bag swung vigorously, creaking with the force of the recent blows. The motorcycle man, wiping sweat from his brow, commented on hearing wailing all the way over, suggesting someone had too much free time. Younger Seungho retorted that he had enough free time to even come to the gym, prompting the motorcycle man to acknowledge his increased strength. The motorcycle man boasted that Seungho still didn't compare to him, to which younger Seungho responded with a crude, teasing question about his presence. Younger Seungho wryly criticized the motorcycle man's terrible sense of humor and his talent for saying things that would inevitably get him hit. The motorcycle man, noticing younger Seungho working out alone, playfully offered his friendship, asking if he was bored. The motorcycle man explained his offer included a business deal worth drooling over, firmly grabbing younger Seungho's arm, who then responded with a wry, half-insulting laugh about his crazy humor. With an arrogant smirk, the motorcycle man declared he was already quite full and would only be impressed by something truly special. Younger Seungho landed another punch on the heavy bag, confidently stating his offer was even simpler than hitting a punching bag. Younger Seungho then claimed that was exactly why his offer was so attractive, piquing the motorcycle man's curiosity. Younger Seungho delivered another incredibly powerful punch, the impact reverberating with immense force. The heavy bag swung violently upwards from the immense impact, defying gravity. The motorcycle man stared in utter shock, questioning if a punching bag was even meant to fly up with such incredible force. Younger Seungho, with a smirk, coolly brought up the motorcycles the motorcycle man had blocked from being exported. With a confident smirk, younger Seungho then declared that the motorcycle man simply had to buy all of them. Seungho firmly demanded the motorbikes be bought, his words landing with a thud of finality in the tense gym. Choi Seok-jin, already annoyed, let out a sharp "tch" as the tension in the room squeaked higher. Choi Seok-jin burst into manic laughter, mocking Seungho for truly living up to his legendary reputation. Choi Seok-jin challenged the attractive offer as merely a dump of leftover stock, questioning if all Samjin rookies were so audacious or if Seungho was simply delusional. Seungho, utterly confident, flipped the taunt back, asking if his exclusive offer was potent enough to sway even a clown, curious if Choi Seok-jin was finally interested. Choi Seok-jin scoffed, demanding if the newbie truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, implying it was no joke. Seungho shot back, asserting that Choi Seok-jin was the one acting like a clown. Choi Seok-jin's face contorted in rage, wiping his mouth with a sharp rustle as he erupted, demanding what the punk had just said about him being Han Jae-myung's lapdog. Furious, Choi Seok-jin dropped his boxing gloves with repeated thuds, seething that he had humored this bastard only for him to climb higher. Choi Seok-jin threatened to silence Seungho permanently, but Seungho coolly countered, questioning if someone he had already knocked out could truly deliver on such a threat. Seungho dismissed the bickering, confidently presenting the file and demanding if Choi Seok-jin would finally examine it. Seungho dramatically shook the document, challenging Choi Seok-jin to discern if it held poison or a life-changing opportunity. Choi Seok-jin's gaze was scrutinizing as he challenged Seungho to reveal the document's contents. Seungho began his true pitch, explaining that their offering extended far beyond mere motorbikes. Choi Seok-jin, startled, slid his eyes across the document, his shock evident as he read about the joint project between Samjin Trading and Mujin Shipping. The red file bore the dramatic title, Samjin Trading x Mujin Shipping Last Mile Integrated Logistics Service. Choi Seok-jin questioned the immense cost of the motorbike stock, which Seungho confidently dismissed as merely a cheap admission ticket to their larger business venture. Seungho, rustling the papers slightly, pointed out Mujin Shipping's glaring weakness, its inability to reach customers' doorsteps despite its size. Seungho's gaze intensified as he asserted their proposal would precisely scratch that itch, no mere rough idea, but a concrete solution. Seungho elaborated that the plan was already structured for immediate execution, boasting a new yet highly efficient manpower sourcing method. Seungho's strategy was clear, an aggressive, all-in approach designed to secure early victory rather than slow growth, captivating Choi Seok-jin's intense gaze. Before his collapse, Seungho's father had imparted a crucial piece of wisdom. Director Han advised that companies with a singular path inevitably faced dead ends, a truth Seungho had witnessed firsthand when Mujin Shipping struggled during the COVID crisis as sea routes closed. Director Han, gazing out at the rustling sea, cautioned Seok-jin that a singular focus on the ocean would leave him isolated. He instructed that Seok-jin must expand operations onto land, pushing further inland for true growth. Seungho mused, his thoughts thudding with frustration, that the parcel market was already dominated, leaving no room to maneuver. Director Han's eyes narrowed, sternly scolding Seungho for his limited focus on only large-scale freight. Director Han, wiping his mouth, declared his strategic foresight, those who capitalized on human laziness would dominate the next decade. Director Han instructed Seungho to delve into the deepest corners of logistics to uncover the ultimate solution. Seungho, sweat beading on his determined brow, acknowledged Director Han's words with firm resolve. A newspaper headline quietly confirmed Director Han's prophecy, announcing a delivery platform's market value had soared past 10 trillion won. Seungho's intense gaze reflected his understanding that while business reasons alone justified entry, a significant, but remained. Choi Seok-jin snickered, arrogantly dismissing Seungho's plan as too cheap to be considered true business with him. Choi Seok-jin acknowledged the plan's superficial appeal on paper, but challenged Seungho's grasp of the current market reality. Choi Seok-jin's hand dismissively thudded onto the papers as he declared the delivery market utterly saturated, questioning Seungho's timing. He cautioned that even by diving into that market's war zone, the outcome would be bleak. The best Seungho could hope for, he asserted, was picking crumbs off the pie, nothing more than meager leftovers. Choi Seok-jin's stern gaze challenged Seungho's ambition, stating that true wealth came from monopolizing the pie, not merely sharing crumbs. Choi Seok-jin, with an arrogant smirk and a clenching gesture, belittled Seungho's position, questioning what tangible advantages the Samjin name, capital, systems, or even grit would offer in such a filthy market. Choi Seok-jin skeptical. I suggested that without a decisive trump card, Seungho's proposal was nothing more than a piece of paper. Seungho smirked, challenging the very notion that he would have come all this way just for scraps. Seungho revealed his strategy: they would target the blind spot that no one else dared touch, and that was where they would begin. Choi Seok-jin, surprised by the mention of a blind spot, questioned Seungho's easy demeanor, hinting at the limited window of his first dibs offer. Seungho tapped the document with a decisive thud, declaring that Choi Seok-jin was far from the only one who had received this proposal. Seungho explained his strategy to his team. Knowing Choi Seok-jin would stall and attempt to dominate, they were simultaneously negotiating with other potential buyers to create urgency. Seungho articulated the critical difference between the complacency of "I can buy any time" and the fierce urgency of "If I don't buy now, I'll never get it." As a rush of activity swept through the office, a female office worker contacted Mijeong Transport, while a man with black hair and glasses reached out to Tizong Logistics. Seungho directed his team to begin calls and prepare for fieldwork, then decisively turned to address another Seungho. The team member, whom Seungho had just called out, responded as the stylish woman instructed him to relay a message to Director Choi. The stylish woman, with a subtle smirk, delivered a veiled threat: Director Choi should carefully consider the fate of a solitary rowboat abandoned in the vast sea. The team member, smiling confidently, then added bonus information from Director Baek Ijin. The team member revealed that Director Han Jae-myung had just secured a position at Samjin Construction, a revelation met with a sharp gasp of surprise. The team member, his fist clenching with emphasis, sharply questioned if someone already leaving would truly honor their promises to Choi Seok-jin until the end. Seungho, with a confident gesture, challenged Choi Seok-jin to verify the information himself, subtly adding that it would consume considerable time. Choi Seok-jin erupted in hysterical laughter, his face contorted in rage, calling Seungho a lunatic bastard. A hand violently slammed down, crashing onto the papers in a burst of frustration. Choi Seok-jin, surrounded by scattered papers, angrily clenched his fist and crashed it down again, demanding to know who Seungho thought he was threatening. Seungho smirked, utterly unmoved, dismissing Choi Seok-jin's attempts at intimidation as way off and challenging him with a cool, "So now what?" Seungho recalled a crucial lesson: true business, he stated, only thrived when both parties' intentions genuinely aligned. Seungho, turning away, decisively declared an end to their potential partnership, mockingly advising Choi Seok-jin to cling tightly to Han Jae-myung's pant leg in the time he had left. Choi Seok-jin, enraged and utterly surprised, sputtered about companies making decisions based on petty emotions, insisting they would be the ones to refuse. Seungho, with a decisive surge of finality, simply declared the deal off. Seungho delivered a final taunt, suggesting Choi Seok-jin might later need to beg, which provoked an enraged outburst about Seungho's audacity as a mere employee. Seungho strode away with heavy footsteps, unconcerned, as Choi Seok-jin's enraged voice echoed behind him, questioning his unconventional business approach. Choi Seok-jin was left speechless, clenching his fist in profound frustration and disbelief. After that decisive confrontation, time seemed to accelerate, passing with painful swiftness. His team worked tirelessly, their phones glued to their ears in a relentless search for a place to store the motorbikes. A team leader confidently directed, pointing while a bald man sweated under the pressure and a young man intently listened, navigating the industrial maze. When calls proved insufficient, they wore out their saws, relentlessly combing through potential sites in person. The stylish woman, Director Baek Ijin, worked with unwavering focus at her expansive desk. Overtime and endless on-site meetings quickly became their new, demanding norm. Keys clattered rapidly as a focused man with black hair and glasses worked intently at his computer. A female office worker let out a weary sigh, her tired gaze reflecting the long hours. She quietly closed the office door with a soft click, finally departing into the dim late hours. At last, the much-anticipated executive evaluation day had finally arrived. A man with black hair and glasses smirked, confirming via text that Seungho's team was indeed stuck with unsold stock in an abandoned Incheon warehouse, having made no progress in 3 weeks. With a malevolent smirk, the man with black hair and glasses gloated, proclaiming he would finally cut off Baek Ijin's head. The conference room door slowly creaked open, announcing an imminent arrival. The man wearing glasses confidently entered, a wide smile on his face, noting everyone's punctuality. With a dramatic flourish, the president took his seat at the head of the conference table, ready to preside. The man with black hair and glasses leaned forward, formally requesting to speak first, which the president, sliding his gaze, graciously granted. The man with black hair and glasses, feigning consideration, suggested that Director Baek Ijin, whose sales team 3 had struggled, present first to ease the pressure for the high-performing teams. With a provocative smirk, the man directly challenged Director Baek, asking for her agreement. Director Baek Ijin, with a confident smirk, accepted his consideration and agreed to present first. Director Baek Ijin, still smirking, confidently strode towards the podium, passing the equally smirking president. Baek Ijin, head of sales team 3, introduced herself and directly began her report on the inventory risk stemming from the cancelled Mujin shipping contract. The man with black hair and glasses reacted with shock, the room murmuring as he read of a projected 1 billion won loss. He gossiped, blaming the wrecked deal on a newbie in sales team 3, sparking renewed murmurs of agreement throughout the room. Baek Ijin, her voice serious, formally announced their decision to withdraw from the overseas export of used motorcycles. As the room grew noisy with unrest, the man with black hair and glasses loudly challenged Baek Ijin, demanding to know how she would take responsibility for simply eating such a loss. He snickered condescendingly, blaming the entire ordeal on Baek Ijin's inability to handle a single rookie, dismissing her as a puppet director. Baek Ijin acknowledged the truth of his statement, admitting that, until this project, all they possessed was unsellable used bike stock. Then, her eyes gleaming with intensity, she delivered the crucial turning point, until 3 weeks ago. The room stirred with confusion as the man with black hair and glasses, along with another worker, reacted with surprise to the unexpected timeline. Baek Ijin's eyes shone with triumph as she declared they had transformed the stagnant inventory from a simple asset into a dynamic, income-generating operating asset. The man with black hair and glasses gasped, his eyes wide and face slick with sweat, as Baek Ijin announced a 10 billion won down payment from a conditional acquisition deal with a strategic buyer. Baek Ijin projected a staggering 2 billion won increase in quarterly revenue once the business unit sold, igniting a buzzing murmur of surprise throughout the room. The man with black hair and glasses, smiling skeptically, accused Baek Ijin of wildly inflating her claims about a 2 billion acquisition and selling a business unit so quickly. He aggressively demanded to know which impossible and crazy company would have ever agreed to such a deal, the remote beeping under his furious grasp. Baek Ijin, with dramatic flair, confidently revealed the strategic buyer, Mujin Shipping itself. Baek Ijin, with a triumphant smirk, pointedly highlighted Director Han's failure to anticipate Mujin Shipping's moves, despite his supposedly deep connections. The female office worker formally laid out the terms of a conditional investment agreement, revealing Mujin Shipping would take a commanding 70% stake in their delivery agency division. As murmurs rippled through the room, the man with black hair and glasses gasped in utter disbelief at the mention of Mujin. He slammed his hand down, rage consuming him as he vehemently denied the impossible notion that Director Choi Suk-jin had aligned himself with them. His face contorted, he roared, questioning why Director Choi would ever be so foolish as to bet on someone he considered a mere brat. Manager Kim calmly interrupted Director Han, calling his remarks excessive as he extended a document. With a stern, commanding presence, Manager Kim reminded Director Han to maintain his composure and dignity in such a public setting. Director Han clenched his fist, suppressing a choked sound of fury as he challenged them to decide if he was more than a brat, or if Director Choi had simply lost his mind. The female office worker pressed on, confidently stating they were there to evaluate performance, not second-guess methods, now that Mujin Shipping's investment letter guaranteed profit. Director Han's jaw tightened and his eyes narrowed, the enraged man realizing with a sharp grit of his teeth that Choi Suk-jin had utterly betrayed him. With a confident smirk, Manager Kim declared his intention to deliver the evaluation for the agenda, subtly gesturing with his phone. Manager Kim stated the business's viability was confirmed by the contract specifics and guaranteed returns. He then announced a 1-month decision hold, demanding that the figures in the commitment letter be substantiated with actual bank records. Manager Kim then expressed his anticipation to Director Baek I-jin, who responded with a determined vow not to disappoint. Director Baek I-jin's confident, subtle smirk suggested cunning satisfaction. Director Han visibly struggled to contain his suppressed rage, clenching his fists tightly. Manager Kim informed Director Han that Samjin Trading's executive evaluation had concluded, eliciting a surprised reaction. The man with black hair and glasses smirked, asking if Director Han had been hospitalized, but Seungho offered an ominous warning that if he struggled now, he wouldn't survive what was coming next. The glasses-wearing man nervously asked Seungho if his change of mind was linked to the individual he had been tasked to investigate. Seungho's voice implied a connection to the man he was asked to investigate, whose photos lay on the document. With a confident smirk, Seungho posed a cynical, rhetorical question to Secretary Kim about the true nature of reaching the top in their society. The glasses-wearing man hesitantly suggested success came from capability or charisma, while Seungho listened from behind. Wrong, Seungho dismissed, smoothly picking up a document. Seungho declared his dark philosophy, the one who forces others to their knees, through money, ambition, or overwhelming violence, ultimately becomes president, holding up a card. Seungho narrated, holding a photograph of young men, that in a brutal world like that, his past self, Kwon Seungho, stood at the very peak. Seungho mentioned Sinhwa High, prompting an immediate and wide-eyed shock of recognition from the man with black hair and glasses. Seungho elaborated on Sinhwa High's infamous reputation, describing it with a cynical smirk as a Shark Tank that would take offense at being called anything less than notorious. Seungho narrated that many of today's powerful criminal figures, called chairman or boss, originated from that school. His narration continued, listing illicit rentals in Gangnam and offshore gambling operations as products of that dark world. Seungho narrated that even in such a hellish place, where these kinds of men ran wild, people only ever had two reactions when confronted by Kwon Seungho. Seungho described those two reactions, either submission after being beaten into sense, or a desperate desire to kill him. When the man with black hair and glasses skeptically questioned the severity, Seungho tapped his hand and affirmed that his past self made even the most unbridled beasts mind their manners. Seungho narrated that his younger self, Kwon Seungho, was not just good at fighting, he embodied order itself through sheer force, standing battered but dominant among other young men. The glasses-wearing man, curious yet apprehensive, expressed his wonder why someone with Seungho's formidable past was now a corporate worker. With a predatory smirk, Seungho asked if the prospect of a monster like him beginning to manipulate the corporate landscape excited the listener. The narrative shifted to a flashback, marked as 3 weeks earlier, focusing on a corporate building in a bustling city. The man with black hair and glasses was in extreme distress, lamenting the urgent need to move motorcycles without any storage, while Manager Kim and a bald man smirked. The bald man facetiously suggested handing out the motorcycles for people to ride, prompting Manager Kim to angrily object, highlighting the lack of insurance. Manager Kim looked pensive, acknowledging the impracticality of the suggestion as the man with black hair and glasses remained distressed. Just as the man with black hair and glasses suggested selling the motorcycles for scrap, he reacted with surprise as Director Choi's legs appeared, stepping into the room. Director Choi leaned casually against the doorframe, a confident smirk on his face as he mocked their distressed appearance, implying they looked bankrupt. Manager Kim stood up aggressively, angered by Director Choi's presence, while the man with black hair and glasses reacted with shocked disbelief. Director Choi continued to mock the workers, relishing their desperate expressions and implying their weakness. With a defiant smirk, Manager Kim challenged Director Choi's condescending tone, questioning his audacity given he bothered to show up in person. Director Baek I-jin, with a serious expression, questioned Director Choi's disruptive behavior in the midst of a meeting. Director Choi made a sarcastic comment, then cryptically questioned himself, asking if he had changed his mind. Manager Kim sarcastically questioned why Director Choi's desk hadn't been cleared yet, to which Director Choi curtly acknowledged Director Baek. 5 individuals, including Director Choi, Manager Kim, and Director Baek I-jin, took their seats around a polished conference table. With a calculating, sinister smirk, Director Choi directly questioned the financial incentives of the deal, asking if the profit was certain enough for him to betray Director Han. Director Baek I-jin confidently presented the financial details, sliding a document that outlined a conditional investment totaling 2 billion won. Director Choi leaned back, dismissive and skeptical, wondering aloud if they expected him to believe such a sum for a division that hadn't even started. His face contorted in anger, Director Choi furiously demanded if they dared to take him for a fool. Director Baek I-jin clarified the extensive scope of their plan, which included establishing a logistics hub to control the entire food ingredient distribution network. Director Baek I-jin, her eye narrowed with intensity, continued by revealing a crucial part of the deal, exclusive rights to their special zones. The man with black hair and glasses explained the proposed 70/30 profit split in Mujin's favor, with their only request being the loan of one of Mujin's small warehouses. Director Choi suggested postponing the warehouse discussion and refocused on the projected annual profit of the venture. Director Baek I-jin confidently projected over 5,000 deliveries per day, estimating an annual net profit of 700 million won. She added, with a triumphant smirk, that the initial investment would be fully recovered within 3 years. The man with black hair and glasses, tapping a document, questioned the feasibility of the appealing 3-year profit structure. Director Choi voiced his doubt, skeptically looking away with a dismissive expression as he wondered if anyone present was truly capable of managing such a lucrative venture. Director Choi's suppressed rage was intensely visualized through his furious, glowing red eye, contrasting sharply with Manager Kim's composed demeanor. Manager Kim smirked confidently, appearing entirely unperturbed by Director Choi's implied hostility. Director Choi yelled in anger, noticing a young woman yawn, then furiously addressed Manager Kim, Kwon Seungho, realizing he had orchestrated the entire situation. Director Choi grudgingly agreed to a 1-month deadline, clenching his fist in frustration. With a sinister smirk, Director Choi warned Manager Kim that his ambitious venture could either lead to immense success or his ultimate downfall. Director Choi challenged Manager Kim to prove the value of his 2 billion won investment, then unexpectedly asked for an additional favor beyond the contract. Manager Kim, with a shrewd and manipulative smirk, outlined a plan to deceive Han Jae-myung completely by creating a fake warehouse to make them appear utterly desperate. With a sinister and anticipating smirk, Director Choi agreed to the deceptive plan, revealing his personal vendetta and desire for an elaborate revenge. Heavy rain poured down, setting a gloomy and dramatic tone. An unidentified man, holding an umbrella, angrily shouted at his workers to stop dawdling and speed up the work. The unidentified man angrily questioned the slow pace of moving motorcycles in the pouring rain, as a distressed worker pleaded for just one more day. Manager Kim's angry voice vehemently questioned the request for more time, blaming the worker for incurring Director Han's displeasure. Director Baek I-jin sarcastically praised Manager Kim's Oscar-worthy performance of distress, then instructed him to proceed with their preparations. Manager Kim, with a determined smirk in his umbrella, declared it was now their opportunity to strike back. Director Baek I-jin clenched her fist, displaying determined resolve as she held a folder. Two office workers frantically questioned what had happened at the meeting, unable to believe Director Han would have passively accepted the outcome. Manager Kim calmly reassured the others that the meeting concluded well, with the agenda temporarily put on hold. Manager Kim explained the board would re-evaluate in a month based on performance, prompting audible sighs of relief from the young woman and the man with black hair and glasses. The man with black hair and glasses asked how Director Baek I-jin had persuaded the picky board, and she began to explain her bold promise, placing her hand on a document. Director Baek I-jin revealed she had staked her own position on the plan's success, utterly shocking Manager Kim and the man with black hair and glasses. Director Baek I-jin playfully suggested they would all be unemployed and could open a chicken restaurant, prompting Manager Kim to question her seriousness. The men reacted with varying degrees of shock, surprise, and even consideration to the idea of a sudden career change to running a chicken restaurant. Director Baek I-jin clasped her hands, announcing they had successfully gained both time and a new opportunity. She then confidently proposed to initiate their real plan, which had been in preparation for 3 weeks. The man with black hair and glasses looked down in serious thought, contemplating the implications of the real plan. The young woman with brown hair looked nervous, clenching her fists in anticipation of the plan. Manager Kim confidently suggested starting immediately with the chosen site, but the bald man interrupted him in shock. The bald man yelled in utter disbelief, vehemently protesting the choice of a notoriously dangerous area that even local thugs avoided. The bald man exclaimed that the area was utterly unsuitable for deliveries, as a brutal fight scene unfolded. Seungho stood silently in a dark room filled with fallen bodies, the aftermath of a violent confrontation. An unseen voice chuckled, surprised by the audacity of a recent venture. The man with black hair confidently asserted that such a venture required significant guts to be truly interesting. He then directly addressed Seungho, who, annoyed, immediately cut to the chase, demanding the true purpose of the call. The caller reported the warehouse relocation complete, stating he'd switched everything to the MFC Seungho had requested, leaving his puzzled colleagues wondering what they discussed. With a cunning shift, the caller then laid down a challenge, asserting that while he set up the warehouse, Seungho's team had to open the door themselves. He then issued an ultimatum, refusing to unlock the lock until Seungho delivered the promised results. The caller continued to provoke, irritating Seungho by referencing his legendary past. The smirking man complimented Seungho's talent for background checks, to which Seungho casually retorted that it was easy as die. The man continued, taunting Seungho's past fighting prowess and warning that his warehouse was not to become his team's grave. The caller then attempted to poach Seungho with a lucrative offer, which Seungho confidently rejected, comparing himself to a tiger who would never serve a fox. The caller's patronizing offer of friendship finally enraged Seungho, who gripped his phone tight and exploded with an insult. His colleagues, the female office worker and the man with short blonde hair, approached, curious about his phone call and the unexpected smile it brought. With a wide smile, Seungho relayed the news of the warehouse relocation, adding that failure would turn it into their grave, much to his colleagues' shock. The female office worker shrieked in terror at the mention of a grave, while the man with short blonde hair questioned if they weren't all on the same team. Seungho calmly adjusted his tie, remarking that the dire consequences would only apply if they actually failed. He then firmly declared their absolute success was guaranteed, right there in Daegadong. Seungho and his team strode purposefully into the bustling Daegadong market. The female office worker silently wondered if it was still possible to retreat. The man with short blonde hair exclaimed that even seasoned riders refused this notorious neighborhood, while the female office worker noted the foreign signs, wondering if it was a Chinatown. The man with short blonde hair inquired about unregistered restaurants, but the female office worker confirmed her list was useless due to the area's intensely bad reputation. The man with short blonde hair pondered how truly bad the area's reputation could be. A motorcycle rushed forward with blurring speed. A motorcycle roared past, the female office worker screaming as Seungho quickly pulled her to safety, startling the man with short blonde hair. The motorcycle driver sped away, shouting an aggressive insult over the engine's roar. Seungho checked on the female office worker, who confirmed her safety, while the man with short blonde hair erupted in frustrated cries, having anticipated such an incident. Seungho grimly observed the lawless nature of the place, then thoughtfully recalled the panda logo from the motorcycle. He then noticed the pervasive presence of numerous riders clad in panda outfits throughout the bustling market. A market worker pleaded with a delivery driver who had refused calls for 30 minutes, desperately asking him to accept an order. The driver snickered, callously demanding a higher rate if the worker wanted a delivery, stating that nothing in this world came for free. The apron-clad woman desperately explained they had already doubled the rate last month, pleading for the driver to accept just this one delivery. An older man pointed, asking if they were fighting, but Seungho calmly explained it was merely a common disruption in deliveries. Seungho, with a determined expression, pinpointed their destination and signaled to enter. Bells chimed softly as they entered. Seungho proudly introduced the restaurant as a 40-year-old Daegadong hotspot, prompting the man with short blonde hair to question its lack of delivery service. The female office worker observed the restaurant's murmuring popularity, noting how many patrons filled the dining area despite its lack of delivery. The female office worker wondered aloud why such a profitable restaurant didn't offer delivery, prompting Seungho to suggest they needed to meet the owner for answers. Footfalls approached as a voice welcomed them. The waitress politely asked if they were ready to order. The female office worker introduced their team from Samjin Trading, smoothly asking to speak with the owner about a potential delivery agency partnership. A bald man suddenly erupted in a furious complaint about the food, holding a cigarette over his bowl. He angrily declared this was the 5th time he'd found hair in his food, accusing the restaurant of poor sanitation. The bald man continued his loud, public tirade against the food, claiming it was unfit for anyone, as other patrons clattered their utensils uncomfortably. The bald man sneered, wishing to see the faces of anyone foolish enough to pay for such food, as an internal thought warned to avoid being seen. The bells jingled, adding a discordant note to the waitress's worried expression. The waitress gritted her teeth in a silent surge of distress. The waitress, clenching her fist, angrily defied the thugs, refusing to be coerced by their antics. The bald man snickered, explicitly revealing their demands, either shut down or sign their delivery contract, guaranteeing an end to hair in the food. The enraged waitress hissed, labeling them parasite punks and fiercely ordering them out. The bald man sprang to his feet, aggressively threatening the waitress's life. Seungho unexpectedly declared that there really was a hair, poking forward, which completely shocked the bald man. The female office worker and the man with short blonde hair cried out in shock, realizing Seungho had abruptly vanished from his seat. Seungho smoothly examined the short, bristly hair, noting its resemblance to pig hair. He further noted the hair was thinning, a detail that resonated with the bristling anger from the background thugs. Seungho smirked, playfully pondering the hair's varying lengths and curls, a knowing realization dawning. With a triumphant pluck, Seungho declared he had found the hair's true owner, directly from the bald man's head. Seungho smiled widely, confidently pointing out the hair had come, seamlessly, from the bald man. Seungho continued to provoke, suggesting that blaming the restaurant for one's own bodily hairs was self-denial, making the bald man tremble with rage. Seungho nodded thoughtfully, feigning empathy for the bald man's denial, attributing it to the universal fear of hair loss. He then intensified his taunts, suggesting his own full head of hair made him unable to understand, eliciting cries of shock from his colleagues and a sarcastic remark about his legend status. The waitress, wide-eyed with fear, worried that Seungho didn't comprehend the dangerous presence of panda in Daegadong. The bald man's fist trembled with barely suppressed rage, cursing Seungho under his breath. The bald man, making a sharp gesture, menacingly warned Seungho that careless talk could lead to him being chased and invited him to keep talking to find out how. Seungho pointed directly, taunting the bald man by questioning his chasing abilities and likening him to a loud, scared dog, which shocked the man. The bald man, enraged, lunged forward with a furious yell, but Seungho merely sighed with calm disdain. Seungho kicked the bald man with a dismissive thud, commenting on the predictable simplicity of his actions. As the bald man crashed backward from the kick, Seungho sarcastically demanded payment, noting he had cleaned out the food he earlier claimed to despise. The bald man splat onto the floor, a bowl of noodles landing spectacularly on his head. Seungho stood over the groaning, noodle-covered bald man, making a condescending remark about how food should be eaten properly. A hand gripped a knife with fierce determination. The bald man, now armed with a knife, lunged at Seungho with a furious threat to tear his mouth apart. The female office worker shrieked Seungho's name, while the man with short blonde hair cried out in terror. The waitress screamed a desperate warning of the imminent danger. Seungho, with a calm smirk, scat at the thug, commenting on the implications of pulling a knife. Seungho delivered a swift, powerful punch. Seungho struck a thug, declaring his actions now strictly self-defense, as the thug choked and crumpled to the floor. Another thug roared, ordering the others to rush Seungho. Seungho swiftly swished aside, dodging an incoming attack with a sharp motion. Seungho grabbed a knife-wielding hand with a crunching grip, eliciting a cry of pain from the thug. He delivered a powerful swooshing kick, sending another thug flying. Seungho stood tall over the defeated thugs, their cries of pain echoing amidst the crashing chaos. Both colleagues stared in utter shock, their hearts pounding as the man with short blonde hair breathed, "Wow, he really is the legend." Restaurant workers smoothly began clearing the chaotic aftermath. Seungho calmly sipped his tea, completely unfazed by the recent events. Seungho identified the tea as De Hong Pao, claiming it cleared his head, which surprised the waitress who wondered how he knew its name. Seungho explained his familiarity came from working in Fuzhou years ago, a detail that surprised the female office worker. The waitress, smiling slightly, acknowledged his explanation. The man with short blonde hair nervously wondered why the mood remained somber despite their victory, prompting the waitress to ask if they truly knew who they had just fought. The waitress nervously clutched her arms, revealing that the Panda Riders were a powerful criminal organization from overseas. She explained that everyone in the area knew of the organization, but fear forced them to pretend ignorance and avoid intervention. Despite her gratitude, the worried waitress questioned their next steps and their safety, but Seungho smirked, confidently reassuring her he understood how such places operated. Seungho, with a soft smile, mused that even dangerous places were still where people lived their lives. An unseen leader angrily rebuked the thugs for their spectacular failure, claiming they had smeared Panda's reputation by being taken down by one man. A thug stammered, describing Seungho as an unfamiliar man who appeared to be an office worker, yet possessed incredibly powerful fists. The smirking leader mockingly questioned the thug's lack of knowledge. The boss roared, chastising his thugs for their incompetence and menacingly threatening to put them back together, with a grinding sound. The bald man flinched, then screamed the name Samjin, identifying their assailants as being from Samjin Trading. Director Han, holding a polished stone, questioned if Samjin referred to the major corporation. Director Han, casually observing, remarked on Samjin's fearless entry into his territory, knowing exactly what kind of place it was. Daegadong once was different, before Gu Sajin's transformative arrival changed everything. Conflicts with delivery companies were common, fueled by disdain for Chinese merchants and disregard for non-Korean-speaking elders. Even their own shop was not spared such conflicts. An angry chef demanded to know why his food was repeatedly tampered with during deliveries. The motorcycle man scoffed at the accusations, dismissing them as the complaints of the poor. The chef retorted, blaming their initial portion sizes, but the motorcycle man arrogantly walked away, cutting him off. Then a powerful punch connected, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The motorcycle man then collapsed from his scooter, crashing to the ground. Gu Sajin passionately condemned the disrespect shown to the neighborhood's hard-working people, whose sweat protected their families' livelihoods. Gu Sajin then offered a charismatic apology for intervening, claiming he could not ignore such treatment of a fellow countryman. Afterward, Gu Sajin reinforced his connection, asserting that fellow countrymen must always aid one another. Gu Sajin quickly won over the market by mediating disputes and apologizing for delivery mishaps, fostering a friendly, prosperous atmosphere. Yet, his efforts ultimately failed to resolve the fundamental underlying issues. The chef's fist slammed down as he seethed with renewed anger, lamenting that their tormentors had returned, now more vicious than before. The chef expressed his frustration over the underhanded tactics crippling his business, from call interference to malicious rumors. With no evidence against the unseen attackers, the chef despaired, prompting Gu Sajin to subtly propose starting his own delivery business. Gu Sajin asserted his logistical expertise, framing the entire situation as a strategic battle for initiative. He then proposed creating a dedicated delivery system for Daegadong, claiming it would protect their livelihood from outside forces. Gu Sajin earnestly appealed for trust, promising to secure the well-being of Daegadong's residents. The older man responded with warm empathy, recognizing the struggles a young person like Gu Sajin must endure. The older man finally agreed to consult the Merchants Association, eliciting a subtle smirk of triumph from Gu Sajin. With promises of exceptional fees and friendly service, a new partnership began, symbolized by the nascent Panda delivery service. Under the guise of coexistence, Gu Sajin swiftly monopolized all market deliveries. Soon, all competitors vanished, leaving only Panda to dominate Daegadong. Gu Sajin, towering over a distressed kneeling man, questioned his expectation of endlessly free services. Gu Sajin, smirking menacingly, justified his demands by citing Panda's benefits, twisting coexistence into an obligation for payment. The distressed man pleaded against a sudden, uncontracted, contribution fee, but Gu Sajin dismissively flapped a document, insisting the terms were clear. Gu Sajin firmly tapped the man's shoulder, demanding he fulfill his part of the suddenly imposed contract. He then menacingly crushed the man's shoulder, sarcastically assuming his sincere nature would ensure compliance. The female office worker declared her certainty that Panda was not truly in the delivery business, regardless of their sly methods. Yura bitterly described Panda as parasites, draining the very lifeblood from their neighborhood. Yura recounted how her father, after confronting Panda, became bedridden following a hit-and-run, a constant reminder of their ruthless power. Outside, the stone building stood under the afternoon sun, a workplace where their struggles unfolded. As evening descended, the female office worker stretched and yawned, while the blonde-haired man sighed, both dreading another return to work. The blonde-haired man shivered, confessing his terror at seeing Panda's enforcers at every turn. The female office worker, frustrated by their complete failure to secure contracts, feared a metaphorical grave, while the blonde-haired man sympathized with the market's oppressive atmosphere. The female office worker worried about their impending executive meeting, questioning whether they should abandon their efforts in Daegadong altogether. A sudden, cartoonish surprise jolted the female office worker. Where had Seungho gone? The black-haired man, winking, explained that Seungho had gone for one last sales round, determined to explore every possibility. The female office worker smiled, acknowledging Seungho's undeniable passion as a fundamental quality for a trading company man. A contemplative silence fell between the two office workers as they considered Seungho's unwavering drive. Then, a shocking revelation erupted, leaving both office workers utterly wide-eyed and disbelieving of Seungho's actions. The female office worker wondered if Seungho was once again causing trouble somewhere in the bustling Korean market. The path led to the Merchants Association building, a place of community decisions. Amidst the murmuring, a mahjong player expressed his utter amazement at the young man's mahjong prowess, wondering if he was a reincarnated master. A dejected player lamented his mahjong losses, which only compounded the crushing weight of Panda's fees. The mahjong player exclaimed over Seungho's seemingly possessed skill, marveling at his smooth, precise handling of the tiles. A bald mahjong player confidently challenged Seungho, asserting that despite his apparent advantage, the game was far from over. The bald man triumphantly declared himself Daegedong's mahjong god, achieving a seemingly unbeatable hand to the amazement of onlookers. Seungho's smirking mouth confidently declared that a full flush didn't guarantee victory, hinting at a hidden 1% chance to flip the entire game. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Seungho revealed the legendary 13 Orphans hand. The parlor erupted in murmurs as onlookers reacted with extreme shock and amazement at the legendary 13 Orphans hand. A stunned older man immediately questioned Seungho's identity, asking which restaurant he hailed from. Seungho, confident he had made his impression, slowly removed his sunglasses, ready to command their full attention. A man recognized Seungho as the Samjin delivery guy, tapping the table, and questioned why an outsider was playing mahjong there. Seungho confidently introduced himself as Kwon Seungho from Samjin Trading, offering all his winnings for just 5 minutes of their time. The men acknowledged Samjin's difference, but voiced deep concern about any large company venturing into Panda's fiercely controlled territory. Seungho asserted that Panda's reputation alone didn't dictate business, identifying Daegedong's true ailment as its stifling lack of competition. He then revealed his full awareness of Panda's malevolence, likening their unchallenged dominance to a formidable 13 Orphans hand. Seungho, pointing to a mahjong tile, asked if they understood that even one missing piece could prevent the completion of a 13 Orphans hand. Confidently, Seungho held up a mahjong tile, asserting that pulling one tooth from Panda would render their tiger-like dominance powerless. The older men remained skeptical, questioning who would dare pull Panda's tooth and doubting if a big company truly understood their local struggles. Seungho then clenched his fist, declaring that Samjin would not rely on reputation alone, but would personally undertake the task of pulling that tooth out. The men debated the efficacy of a big company's involvement, deeply skeptical that Samjin could succeed where even the police had failed. An older man gravely warned Seungho about the dangers of Daegedong, urging him to leave before getting needlessly hurt. An older man with glasses angrily insisted they would handle Daegedong's affairs themselves, claiming he spoke for Seungho's own good. The older man with glasses angrily confronted the others, accusing them of risking bloodshed by inviting outsiders, just like before. The older man's warning echoed, questioning if they wished to see Seungho suffer the same tragic fate as Yura's father, a thought that landed heavily on Seungho. Suddenly, a bloodied and bruised man burst in with a heavy thud and a crash, desperately crying out about grave trouble. The injured man cried out Yura's name, revealing she had been cruelly dragged away by Panda's enforcers, as Seungho's hand instinctively reached out. A bald man, exchanging worried glances, uttered the collective fear, would the daughter now suffer the same fate as her father? A man on his knees desperately pleaded for help, his quiet pleas met only with the stark, unvoiced warning of Yura's family's tragic fate. The older man with glasses, overwhelmed by profound frustration, questioned how fellow countrymen could inflict such cruelty upon each other. Seungho, smirking faintly, realized that mere words and promotions had failed to genuinely resonate with these desperate men. Seungho, taking confident steps away, declared his intention to demonstrate his specialty in person, action. His hand reached out with resolve as Seungho vowed to personally bring President Yura back safely. The older man with glasses angrily warned Seungho against his interference, fearing more suffering if he acted. Seungho, with a subtle smile, reminded the older man of his mahjong metaphor, hinting at the power of a single, crucial missing piece. Seungho then shocked the older man by declaring that his metaphor applied not just to Gu Sajin, but to him as well. With a confident smirk, Seungho philosophized that power, like a country, cannot exist without people to submit to it. He explained that Gu Sajin's power was a composite, like the 13 orphans, formed by himself, his riders, and the submission of everyone present. Seungho challenged their core assumption, questioning what power Gu Sajin would hold without fear and submission, linking it to fundamental business principles. Extending his hand, Seungho drew a parallel to sales, emphasizing the power of achieving what others deemed impossible. Amidst the darkening sky, Seungho made his firm declaration: he would safely bring President Yura back. Gu Sajin spoke casually to an unseen figure, questioning if his men were clumsy in their polite abduction, noting their agitated appearance. Yura, furious and confrontational, sarcastically challenged Gu Sajin's euphemism for kidnapping, bringing someone in. Yura furiously demanded her release, but Gu Sajin, smirking calmly, taunted her to relax, assuring her she wasn't on the menu. Gu Sajin then slid a new contract forward, suggesting they discuss it after she reviewed the terms, which Yura immediately suspected were ridiculous. Yura, surprised by the contract's exempted contribution fee, deduced the sudden change must be due to a loss Panda had suffered. Gu Sajin, flicking his lighter, spoke of avoiding unnecessary bloodshed with fellow countrymen, framing it as a mutual loss. Gu Sajin shrewdly pointed out Yura's own struggles, urging her to consider the terrified employees and their families she was responsible for. Gu Sajin confidently exhaled, then pressured Yura to sign, portraying their terms as a major compromise for her comfort and peace. Yura sought reassurance for her shop's people, and Gu Sajin, with dismissive ease, affirmed they wouldn't be touched. Yura's thoughts swirled with heavy resignation, concluding that prolonged resistance was futile given her bedridden father and the looming threat to her employees. Just as a hand began to scratch across the contract, an unexpected voice called out, interrupting the tense signing. An older man angrily demanded to know the identity of the intruder, furious at the interruption, while Yura looked up in surprised recognition. Seungho, stepping in with confident strides, announced his presence, stating he had come to escort their valued client. Seungho casually noted their ongoing business, then smoothly reached for the contract, advising careful scrutiny. Smirking, Seungho explained how hidden clauses, often invisibly written, could later appear, a dirty secret of unscrupulous agreements. For example, Seungho said, then with a click, he held a lit lighter to the contract. The contract began to smolder, and slowly, hidden text started to emerge from the burning paper. With a crackle of burning paper, Seungho revealed the hidden text, identifying it as a red thread contract, a notorious scam from Guangdong. From the shadows, Gu Sajin's face twisted into a knowing smirk. I never expected anyone in Korea to recognize that trick, Gu Sajin admitted, then focused his gaze. So it's you, Samjin. Gu Sajin gasped in disbelief, realizing his notorious trick had been exposed, then fixed his gaze on the young man before him, recognizing him as Samjin. Yura's mind reeled, grasping the horrific truth of the red thread contract, and how narrowly she had avoided signing away her entire shop. With a confident smile, Seungho dismissed further pleasantries, asking Yura if she had delivered her answer and stating they should leave. Then, with a casual, whoops, Seungho scooped Yura into his arms, eliciting a startled cry from her. As Seungho moved to leave, a bald man angrily yelled at him to stop, while Yura frantically told Seungho to wait. Gu Sajin's voice calmly cut through the tension, commenting on Seungho's impatience as his powerful hand settled onto a nearby table. With a subtle shift, Gu Sajin reminded Seungho that there was still an unresolved score between them. As Gu Sajin's deliberate footsteps advanced, he mentioned Seungho's earlier confrontation, to which Seungho coolly replied that such misunderstandings were common on the job. Gu Sajin's hand menacingly extended, demanding that Seungho settle the score properly, leaving Yura visibly distressed in Seungho's arms. Seungho's eyes hardened, a silent resolve settling over his face as he held Yura close. A sudden, brutal impact reverberated through the room, sending a wave of terror through three men. The bald man's face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Blood began to trickle down the bald man's face as he uttered a confused, pained sound, barely comprehending his severe injury. Rapid, powerful blows landed as thugs cried out, one pleading, "Be boss," and another screaming, "Why me?" as they fell, defeated. A bloodied man knelt amidst the chaos, desperately pleading for his life after another heavy impact. Gu Sajin, turning with chilling composure, declared that this display should be enough, looking at Seungho who still held Yura. Gu Sajin extended a bloodied hand, offering a menacing smirk that implied his apology was now complete. Seungho, with a serious expression, cuttingly remarked that Gu Sajin's method of apologizing would surely kill someone. Still holding Yura, Seungho threatened legal action, suggesting they call the police or the labor office for the injured man, reminding Gu Sajin of the country's robust labor laws. A concerned thug asked Gu Sajin if they should intervene, but Gu Sajin smoothly lit a cigarette and told them to stand down, acknowledging they were outmatched. Gu Sajin exhaled slowly, a smirk playing on his scarred face, expressing his amusement and interest in Seungho's unwavering composure. Seungho, carrying 2 bags, bowed respectfully before leaving the apartment. Seungho departed, leaving Director Choi, Yura, and another man to watch his exit in thoughtful silence. Director Choi and another employee, the man in the brown jacket, discussed their apprehension about making an enemy of Panda and the efficacy of Seungho's direct approach, noting other companies only offered empty promises. The man in the brown jacket reflected on how Seungho had personally saved Yura's business, suggesting there might be real hope. Director Choi pondered that Seungho truly might be capable of overturning Panda's corrupt business model. The office space brimmed with numerous dumpling containers, a surprising sight. Director Choi, startled by the mountain of food, asked if there'd been a dumpling party, but a female office worker happily explained they were leftovers from 10 restaurants Seungho had just signed. The female office worker, holding a dumpling, praised their quality, lamenting the challenge of producing enough to sell without incurring waste or fearing overproduction. Director Choi's eyes widened in sudden realization, conceiving a way to perfectly match food preparation to demand, eliminating waste. Director Choi made an immediate decision to call a meeting with everyone. The female office worker, holding a dumpling, expressed surprise at the sudden meeting, asking Seungho if Director Choi had conceived a brilliant idea. Director Choi, beaming with confidence, began to unveil his method for high-volume, zero-waste food production. Director Choi confidently declared that with this new method, even just 10 restaurants could generate enough sales to surpass Panda. Director Choi wrote decisively on a whiteboard, outlining his strategy as his team listened intently. Adjusting his glasses, Director Choi asked the team how customers would react to 7,901 egg fried rice and mapo tofu. The man with short blonde hair threw up his hands, exasperated, stating customers would call it crazy but still order, even though the price offered barely any profit. Director Choi conceded that a single order wouldn't yield much profit, but revealed his strategy extended beyond simple menu pricing. He then explained that the 7,901 price was bait to synchronize order times, a concept that surprised the female office worker. Director Choi elaborated, pointing out that normally varied delivery orders limited a rider's capacity. He then detailed how a low-priced, fixed menu during peak hours, focused on a specific destination and time, could enable a single rider to deliver to 10 or even 15 spots at once. The female office worker absorbed this information, a thoughtful expression on her face. She grasped the concept of stacking multiple orders within the same area, to which Director Choi agreed, emphasizing the advantage in office districts, and the man with short blonde hair voiced his comprehension. Director Choi warned that too many orders at one restaurant would inevitably lead to backlogs. His solution was to drastically cut the menu to just 2 popular items for lunch and dinner, writing on the whiteboard to illustrate the ideal minimal options. Drawing a house on the whiteboard, Director Choi emphasized that the true strategy was grouping orders by time and area, knowing that while a single order might be a loss, 10 orders would entirely change the story. Pointing at the whiteboard, Director Choi declared that Samjin's delivery would become logistics, a unique, powerful advantage, eliciting a shocked gasp of understanding from the man with short blonde hair. The female office worker thoughtfully calculated the market potential across 3 districts, estimating 540,000 active users and predicting significant orders even with a low conversion rate. She projected a maximum of 15,000 orders a day, a figure that shocked the man with short black hair, who exclaimed that even Panda couldn't achieve that in a single district. Adjusting his glasses, Director Choi confidently explained that unlike Panda's fragmented dots, Samjin's delivery would be efficient lines, making 15,000 orders doable with enough riders during peak hours. Director Choi summarized the plan as a win-win, restaurants would boost revenue through high volume, and riders would achieve greater delivery efficiency. The man with short blonde hair scratched his head in puzzlement, asking how 10 small restaurants, each with only a few tables, could possibly cook such a massive quantity of food. The female office worker echoed his concern, noting that ingredients would run out quickly and storing a large stock would be impossible for small establishments. After a thoughtful hum, Seungho proposed a simple solution: then why not just supply the ingredients as needed? With a confident smirk, Seungho reminded his colleagues about Director Choi's MFC warehouse, eliciting surprised cries of realization from the female office worker and the man with short blonde hair. Director Choi confirmed that the MFC was indeed central to their project, stating they would uniquely handle ingredient distribution, unlike other delivery companies. The female office worker, closing her eyes with a satisfied smile, reflected on how this system would allow restaurants to focus purely on cooking, with riders efficiently supplying exact ingredient needs from the MFC. The team exclaimed in excitement as Director Choi concluded that with their new distribution model, 10 restaurants were indeed enough to beat Panda. With a confident smirk, Seungho declared they were ready to launch Samjin delivery. Multiple delivery riders roared down a bustling city street on their motorcycles. A motorcycle man called out, announcing Samjin delivery, and specific food orders for 20 egg fried rice. Amidst the bustling street and roaring engines, the worried man in the brown jacket realized it was truly Samjin, not Panda, making deliveries, and Director Choi confirmed he saw no Panda riders around. An off-panel voice urgently instructed someone to prepare pickles and black bean sauce, as a rider call indicated a 5-minute ETA. The older chef, vigorously stirring a wok over leaping flames, loudly directed his staff to watch their routes as 15 egg fried rices were going out in one batch. Another chef informed the older chef of 13 more mapo tofus, prompting the older chef to instruct immediate prep for stir-frying extra ingredients. 2 customers observed the older chef's tireless work, one remarking that he was like a machine, while the other commented on how Samjin had transformed the chef's shop and family. One customer noted the chef seemed thrilled, but the chef confessed he was so busy he barely had time to eat, feeling his stomach about to stick to his spine. The bald customer teased the chef, saying he didn't look on the brink of collapse, then shared a proverb about how a busy breadwinner made for a peaceful home, chewing happily. The chef, startled, realized how late it had become, turning sharply. The chef exclaimed that he'd forgotten his child's daycare pickup, then asked the bald customer to finish packing his orders while he rushed off, but the customer insisted he go, offering to handle it. The man in the brown jacket, now the chef, sat contentedly on steps, smoking, reflecting on how Samjin delivery freed him from pickups, keeping him busy even on weekends, and he was finally making good money. He envisioned being able to give his daughter, Minju, everything she wanted. Minju excitedly ran towards her father, showing off her new clothes and proudly recounting how her friends, who used to complain about her smelling like cooking oil, were now jealous. Her father affectionately patted her head, acknowledging her joy, and Minju, giggling, wished he could buy her new clothes every day. Minju suddenly called out, "Dad," to a distant figure, startling her own father as he turned around. Minju joyfully ran towards the man with long black hair, who smiled and remarked on her growth, complimenting her father's good business, as the father, surprised, uttered, "Boss Gu." Gu Sajin confronted Minju's father, coldly recounting past favors, delivering when he was starving, saving his shop from loan sharks, and accusing him of conveniently forgetting it all, leaving Minju confused about their connection. The father, trembling and sweating, expressed his gratitude but explained that Panda's exorbitant fees had made it impossible to repay his debt. Gu Sajin dismissively commented on the father's gratitude, his silhouette looming as his hand reached out menacingly over Minju. The father screamed, Minju, in a moment of sheer, desperate panic. Minju looked up, surprised and confused by her father's frantic cry. Minju clung to her trembling father, asking worriedly if he was cold, oblivious to the true reason for his shaking. Gu Sajin sinisterly recalled Minju's joy about her new clothes and desire for more, letting the clothes tags fall from his open hand. Gu Sajin's sinister smirk framed his internal question, isn't it better for her clothes to smell like oil, than like blood, terrifying the father who instinctively shielded Minju. Gu Sajin calmly walked away, telling the crouching father, still holding Minju, that he hoped he would make the right choice. Minju, her eyes welling up, asked her trembling father, "Dad, are you crying?" The father, weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly apologized to Minju as he embraced her tightly. The crying father, making a painful decision, announced his resignation from Samjin delivery. Gu Sajin, with a knowing smirk, poured himself a drink and declared that fear was the cheapest and most effective marketing in the world. As he drank, Gu Sajin elaborated on his strategy. Instead of spending money on systems and ads, one simply made an example of one poor bastard, and everyone else would fall in line. Seungho, looking serious, commented on the cost-effectiveness of this sales tactic, surprising Gu Sajin. Seungho admitted he agreed with a part of Gu Sajin's argument, acknowledging that such a method sometimes worked, recalling past confrontations. But then, Seungho calmly identified a fatal flaw: its extremely short shelf life. Gu Sajin, his eye narrowing with intrigued interest, asked Seungho to elaborate on the concept of shelf life. With a decisive gesture over a bottle, Seungho stated that Gu Sajin used his power purely for himself, while he used his to deliver what customers truly desired. As Gu Sajin poured a drink, Seungho explained that true sales began with understanding customer desires. Gu Sajin dismissed the notion, stating there was nothing wrong with fear, as people were easily manipulated and handled, while pouring another drink. Seungho countered, asserting that people ultimately gravitated towards hope, just as the 10 shops had chosen Samjin, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Seungho gestured towards the environment, implying that the thin layer of fear Gu Sajin had instilled was fleeting, crumbling like old bricks. Seungho, pouring a drink with intense focus, declared that the moment the last brick of fear lost its grip, Gu Sajin's cost-effective sales tactic would utterly collapse. Gu Sajin, resting his hand on the table with a mocking smile, dismissed Seungho's theory as unrealistic, questioning if he was in sales or social work. Gu Sajin's sinister smirk grew as he confidently stated he could tighten the leash of fear faster than hope could fill stomachs, revealing that one of Samjin's 10 shops had already turned its back. Seungho's eyes blazed with intense determination as he proposed a bet to see whose shelf life lasted longer, challenging Gu Sajin to struggle as much as he liked. Gu Sajin, looking at his drink, declared that this struggle would only make the hunt more entertaining for him. Seungho's gaze hardened, anticipating a shift in the evening's uneasy calm. A sinister smirk played on Gu Sajin's lips, a silent challenge in the dim light. The sudden, insistent ring of a phone shattered the tense quiet. Seungho pulled out his phone, a jolt of concern hitting him as he saw Minji's name flash. Gu Sajin, with a knowing smirk, urged Seungho to answer, hinting at inevitable trouble. Seungho answered, and Minji's frantic voice confirmed his growing dread: something terrible had happened. Minji's voice pulsed with urgency, demanding his immediate presence at the store. An alarming truth hit Seungho, and his frantic shout echoed in the sudden silence. As Seungho entered the chaotic store, Yura spotted him through the murmuring crowd. Seungho pressed Yura for details, his concern evident as they moved deeper into the unfolding crisis. Yura, still flustered, struggled to articulate the confusing events that had transpired. Yura explained that Manager Kim had discovered someone collapsed in a dark alley outside. With fluid dripping from his wounds, Yura revealed Manager Kim had brought the injured man inside, unsure of their next move. Seungho's face contorted in annoyance, frustrated that his clear instructions to report to the labor office had been disregarded. Blonde man aggressively grabbed the injured man, demanding to know why he dared return after causing such a mess. Yura, exasperated, suggested calling the police, convinced the injured man was Gu Sajin's spy. Yura questioned the injured man's presence, as Manager Kim, realizing his potential mistake, tried to quell the rising tension. The injured man prostrated himself on the tiled floor, a gesture of profound distress. He vehemently denied being a spy, his smashed phone offered as desperate proof. Seungho cut through the noise, demanding to know his true reason for coming. The injured man, surrounded by questioning faces, confessed his utter helplessness. He had nowhere left to go. He admitted his shame, explaining that after everything, he now had no home, no place to belong. He began his grim tale, recounting how Gu Sajin's ashtray had knocked him unconscious. Instead of medical aid, he was brutally dumped, left for dead in the desolate mountains. Without treatment, he'd barely survived, admitting a moment's delay would have been fatal. Gu Sajin, he revealed, was a ruthless man who valued cost over human life, seeing people as mere disposable parts. To prove his sincerity, he violently tore open his shirt, startling Minji and Yura, who cried out to Seungho. Bare-chested, he pleaded for any job, no matter how menial, knowing that leaving meant certain death. His grip tightened on his leg as he desperately begged them for help. His raw cry for survival echoed, shaking everyone present with its desperate plea. Seungho, ever pragmatic, proposed taking him in, reasoning they were short-staffed and could use the help. Yura voiced her doubts about such a rash decision, while the injured man nervously agreed to any work, and manager Kim looked on with growing concern. Seungho justified his decision, arguing the man's knowledge of Gu Sajin could be valuable, and he posed no real threat. Seungho turned to Yura, placing the final decision with her as the employer, but she hesitated. Acknowledging her debt to him, Yura reluctantly agreed to Seungho's plan, which he promptly declared settled. Seungho gently patted the injured man's head, asking his name. The man revealed his name was Du Xiao, a name Seungho found rather unusual. As Seungho playfully stumbled over the name, Du Xiao offered his Korean name, Park Bog, which Seungho readily accepted. With a grin, Seungho declared the man's new name Dalso, symbolizing a fresh start, much to his confusion and the team's amusement. With everyone's attention fixed, Seungho pressed Dalso for the truth about Gu Sajin. Dalso, with sweat beading on his chin, began to reveal Gu Sajin's past as a low-ranking triad member. Through ruthless ambition, Gu Sajin violently ascended to become a cleaner, a crucial executive within the Black Dragon triads. Dalso described how the other four cleaners, threatened by Gu Sajin's growing power, conspired to eliminate him. Dalso paused, a chilling question hanging in the air about the conspirators' fate. The image of a man screaming, mahjong tiles forced into his mouth, spoke volumes of Gu Sajin's brutal methods. Gu Sajin wiped out every last one, consolidating his brutal mastery over the branch in a single, bloody night. Dalso continued, explaining how Gu Sajin then seized complete control, dominating all logistics and authority within the triads. Manager Kim, utterly shocked, questioned why such a formidable figure would end up in a place like Daegadong. Dalso revealed Gu Sajin's presence in Korea was an exile, a desperate move by the triad higher-ups who feared his brutality. Gu Sajin, too valuable to kill yet too dangerous to retain, was strategically exiled to Korea. Yura voiced her fear, if Gu Sajin was truly that terrifying, their allied stores would be needlessly endangered. Yura elaborated, emphasizing the vulnerability of store owners with families, fearing contract terminations under threat. Recognizing the gravity, Manager Kim suggested involving the police, then abruptly proposed adding a new service. Manager Kim proudly unveiled the Guardian Shuttle service, promising to deliver not just food, but family safety, as Seungho smirked confidently. A few days later, the Guardian Shuttle was fully operational, its engines humming a new rhythm on the busy streets. The Guardian Shuttle service was now officially in effect. A happy child, after a ride with the motorcycle man, playfully begged for another round. Thankfully, the service had succeeded, no more stores moved to terminate their contracts. The motorcycle man completed another successful delivery, receiving warm gratitude from an older woman. Samjin Delivery, buoyed by its new service, began an unprecedented and explosive upward climb. In just 1 week, Samjin Delivery generated 550 million won in sales, with 160 million in net profit for franchises and 50 million in commission for Samjin. Director Han expressed his surprise and satisfaction at the explosive growth and rising contract requests. He chuckled, acknowledging the unexpected goldmine they'd found, predicting immense market control. Director Han praised Gina's good work, and she gracefully thanked him for his trust. Director Han beamed, remarking on Gina's striking resemblance to her late mother, both in looks and sharp intellect. Gina, her expression serious, wondered if his words were praise or a veiled warning, especially since he invoked her mother. Director Han's hands clasped, a grave warning in his voice. If she truly sought to hide, she should have remained completely invisible. He sternly cautioned that her actions were creating trouble that would inevitably reach headquarters, jeopardizing all her achievements. He reminded her that her status as a deceased ex-wife's child offered no protection, reducing her to a mere shadow in the powerful family. Gina's voice was firm, declaring she had not come to Samjin trading to hide. Her eyes blazed with ambition. She had come to capture the giant serpent that was Samjin itself. Director Han sighed, recognizing her dangerous resolve to dismantle Samjin. With a sad, knowing smile, he conceded, understanding some lessons had to be learned through harsh experience. He instructed her to resolve the current issue, promising to await good news, and Gina confidently agreed. Gina walked through the hallway, her phone buzzing with an incoming call. She answered, her tone professional, addressing the caller as Director Choi. Director Choi, smirking, expressed his pleasure at the impressive results and the acquisition team's high expectations. Gina smirked, informing Director Choi that the headquarters due diligence team would arrive tomorrow. Director Choi sternly warned that any misstep could jeopardize both their positions, making it impossible for him to protect her. Her voice was calm, unwavering. "Don't worry," she simply replied. Gina confidently vowed to impress the team, while Director Choi, though appreciating her confidence, urged her to execute flawlessly. Director Choi then shifted, his question about her hiring of Kwon Seungho laced with an unsettling implication. Seungho and the team clinked glasses, celebrating their recent success. Blonde Man expressed his surprise and relief. The Guardian shuttle had truly worked, and Panda had made no move. Yura smiled warmly, crediting Seungho and the entire team for their success. Dalso, holding his drink, admitted his surprise at their success, realizing his worries had been premature. He hesitantly apologized for his past actions, humbled by Seungho's goodness after spending days together. With a bowed head, Dalso offered a sincere apology for all the damage he had caused. He expressed profound gratitude for being accepted, while Yura watched him thoughtfully. Blonde Man, smiling, welcomed Dalso to the team with a drink, urging him to enjoy the celebration, even if it was just juice. Seungho playfully teased Dalso about paying for the damages, sparking a light-hearted exchange about who caused more destruction. Seungho, still smirking, offered to change Dalso's dirty bandages, making him fluster and decline. Blonde Man wondered about the department head's arrival, just as a bell jingled, signaling someone's entrance. Manager Kim, beaming, announced the headquarters due diligence team would visit the MFC warehouse tomorrow. Yura exclaimed with excitement, hoping a successful due diligence would finally bring an end to their struggles. Manager Kim confirmed the stakes were high, they could afford no mistakes. Manager Kim, with a confident smile, declared that safely passing tomorrow's inspection guaranteed the project's success. The team erupted in joyous cheers and applause, celebrating their impending triumph. Manager Kim modestly cautioned against premature celebration, even as Dalso continued to clap. A small, red device embedded in Dalso's bandage emitted an unsettling double beep. Manager Kim concluded their juice celebration, promising a company dinner upon tomorrow's successful contract signing, oblivious to the mysterious call on the phone. Gu Sajin, smoking ominously, promised his guests a very rare show at the warehouse tomorrow. He flicked a lighter, preparing a congratulatory gift for the contract signing, implying a fiery destruction. Gu Sajin's sinister smirk twisted as he ordered nothing be left behind, absolute destruction was his intent. The early morning hours underscored the team's relentless effort, a stark reminder of their urgent deadline. The man with black hair and glasses announced the due diligence team would arrive in mere hours, urging everyone to remain sharp as Director Beck worked through the night on legal materials. He assigned Minji and Byung to a final review of the comparison documents, and the young woman with brown hair affirmed. He then confirmed his own role, assisting the director with the critical merger and acquisition documents. Turning to Seungho, he stressed the critical, time-consuming task of confirming the massive warehouse inventory alone. Expressing worry about their limited manpower, he tentatively offered his own assistance. Seungho then looked to Dalsty, whose eager offer to help was met with hesitation by the man with black hair and glasses due to the confidential nature of the work. Dalsty enthusiastically insisted he felt completely transformed after his apology to President Ura, eager to contribute. Despite the man with black hair and glasses' lingering doubts, Seungho brushed them aside, arguing they shouldn't deny Dalsty his chance at redemption. The man with black hair and glasses proposed their departure, confirming he and Dalsty would now take on the final warehouse inspection. He reluctantly agreed to Seungho's arrangements, but sternly warned them to report any incidents immediately. Seungho confidently declared he would handle the contract so perfectly, no one would find a single flaw. Dalsty enthusiastically pledged to do his best, a surge of renewed purpose. As the motorcycle roared to life, Seungho silently vowed he would not disappoint. Engines revved in a deafening roar, a clear sign of their collective arrival. The motorcycle man looked back, questioning if they had reached the correct destination. Seungho complimented Dalsty, who nervously brushed off the praise, making Seungho observe Dalsty's apparent transformation. Seungho continued to acknowledge Dalsty's supposed new beginning. Dalsty passionately asserted the difficulty of personal change, a heavy slam echoing as Seungho walked away. Seungho inwardly mused about the absolute trust a man should give, then smoothly dismissed the notion. He confessed his distrust of dark-haired beasts, the door creaking shut behind him. Nor, he realized, did Seungho trust bald ones either. Dalsty cried out in shock, the vast warehouse echoing its emptiness. Seungho, with a mocking pat on the shoulder, questioned why Dalsty seemed so surprised. Dalsty flinched, bewildered that the warehouse, by all accounts, should have been completely full. Seungho merely offered a subtle, knowing smirk. The man with black hair and glasses and the young woman with brown hair gasped in mutual shock, realizing Dalsty was a spy despite finding no devices earlier. Seungho explained his initial suspicion, citing Dalsty's suspiciously clean shoes for someone supposedly dumped in the mountains. The young woman with brown hair suddenly recalled the detail, understanding dawning. Only his shoes had been pristine, an incongruity that now screamed of deception. Seungho meticulously pieced together the deception. Dalsty's mountain story was a lie, his smashed phone a cover for a hidden listening device. Given Dalsty's elaborate stripping, the device was most likely concealed within his bandages. The man with short blonde hair cried out in frustrated realization, recalling how the completely bald Dalsty repeatedly feigned slicking back his non-existent hair. The man with black hair and glasses panicked, horrified they had revealed the due diligence team's visit directly to the spy. As the man with black hair and glasses voiced his fear for the project, Seungho calmly revealed his calculated reason for bringing them to the warehouse. He explained that having leaked the due diligence information, the enemy would inevitably target this warehouse to undermine them. Their counterplan, turn the tables by moving the entire warehouse to a new, secret location. If their enemies moved predictably, Seungho assured them, their combined preparations with the due diligence team and Panda would neutralize every risk. Seungho mockingly offered Dalsty a cigarette, acknowledging his likely confusion. Dalsty took a cigarette, only then realizing Seungho offered no light. Seungho, pulling back the pack, taunted Dalsty to simply ask his friends for a light when they arrived. Then, a thunderous roar, Seungho announcing their approach. Dalsty swung a sudden, forceful punch, realizing Seungho's elaborate preparations. Dalsty swore fiercely, raging about his opponent's cunning, as his fist flashed, shouting for Seungho to die. Seungho snarled, "An old dog can't learn new tricks," then seized Dalsty with a brutal grip that drew a pained scream. Seungho struck Dalsty again, a vicious blow, as unseen thugs howled for the kill. The motorcycle man roared, challenging Seungho's audacity to run wild in Daegadong. Seungho furiously screamed he would wipe out both the gang and the warehouse. A sudden, forceful impact, Dalsty was flung, the motorcycle man's bike flipped. The motorcycle man, helmeted, spat furious threats, vowing to stomp Seungho's face. He cursed savagely, then was hit with a powerful impact, crying out in pain. A fierce, unyielding gaze sharpened with deadly intent. Seungho moved, a blur of kinetic force, mid-kick. A brutal impact, and a man fell, bloodied. Seungho delivered a crushing punch to the downed opponent, who cried out. Tires screeched as the motorcycle man and his crew watched. The motorcycle man, trembling, questioned if Seungho was even human, marveling at the sheer brutality. Dalsty, knife in hand, furiously stomped forward, screaming at his terrified allies to attack Seungho with anything they had. Engines roared and metal shrieked as the motorcyclists charged, engulfing Seungho in chaos. Seungho calmly wrapped his hand, musing that risks should be distributed, and defective inventory cleared out decisively. With a shattering impact and a scream, Seungho promised no trouble afterward. The motorcycle man, enraged, swung his weapon at Seungho, who sat unflinching. Seungho, mocking his form, delivered a powerful kick to the motorcycle man's bike, sending him flying with a shocked cry. Dalsty cried out as a crushing, explosive blow landed amidst the chaotic fight. Thugs flew through the air, defeated, as Seungho continued his relentless assault. Dalsty's pained scream was cut short by a crushing grip. Seungho landed powerful blows, sending several thugs violently airborne. A forceful impact and a firm block revealed a violence so extreme, even within the triads, it was terrifying. His brutality, a sudden flash of deadly intent, could easily rank him among the top 10. Gu Sajin screamed for death, believing anyone would flinch from a cold blade, but his true purpose was setting a trap. A swift strike, a gasp, as Seungho narrowly avoided the knife. Seungho countered with a solid punch to the gut, drawing a painful groan. Dalsty, staring at the discarded knife, whispered in terror, unable to comprehend such power. He stood dominant among his defeated foes, a man disguised as an ordinary office worker, yet fighting with such brutal expertise. Dalsty flinched, his face etched with fear, as Seungho looked down at him. As Seungho's heavy footsteps approached, Dalsty accused him of deceit, questioning if even the due diligence team was a lie. Seungho casually revealed they were indeed planning for the due diligence, but in a completely different warehouse hastily prepared that very dawn. He wondered if his real plans were progressing smoothly at that very moment. Meanwhile, an older man with glasses and a female office worker diligently inspected a different, well-organized warehouse. The older man with glasses marveled at the aggressive inventory turnover and complete lack of bottlenecks, even with billions of won in weekly transactions. He was impressed by the perfect inventory levels, managed without excess or stockouts despite the massive weekly cargo volume. The older man with glasses also praised their remarkable demand forecast accuracy, expecting excellent results in future scalability evaluations. Yura suggested they return to the company to review the contract, signaling a successful inspection. The female office worker cheered in relief as Director Choi offered to contact employee Kwon. Director Choi sighed in relief, but Yura playfully grumbled about his sudden demand to prepare an entirely new warehouse out of nowhere. She continued, exasperated, asking what would have happened if they lacked the alternate warehouse, or if the risky last-minute move of goods had ruined everything. Yura mused on the sheer risk, but ultimately, the successful outcome was all that mattered, though she chided both superiors and subordinates for acting before thinking. Director Choi suddenly wondered about Seungho's whereabouts, and Yura smoothly replied that he was separately handling another risk. Director Choi slyly questioned the trust given to Seungho, then suggestively offered to take the young man for his own team. Yura calmly replied that she had nothing to give, as a tiger simply chose another tiger, implying Director Choi would find his own suitable match. She then seriously advised them to keep a close eye on Seungho, warning that many would covet a person like him. A sickening smack, and Dalsti cried out in pain as Seungho seized his face. Seungho extracted a small, dangling device, mockingly complimenting the criminal's craftsmanship before directly addressing anyone listening. He taunted his unseen audience, asking if his panda-customized ASMR made their mouths water. Gu Sajin smirked, expressing his profound disappointment if this was Seungho's best, criticizing his apparent ignorance of basic risk distribution. Gu Sajin let out a booming laugh, amused by such a remarkable opponent, then discovered the device was also a communicator. He challenged Seungho, hinting that others also understood risk distribution, and that his cleverness only protected the immediate inventory. Gu Sajin's voice turned ominous, questioning if Seungho had been careless with the most crucial, human resources, just as Yura opened the door. Gu Sajin gravely stated that while inventory could be replaced, a person, once broken, cried out with a sudden impact, could not. He concluded that broken people did not easily return, a crushing, shattering finality. Gu Sajin grinned, triumphantly declaring that Samjin could never defeat him. As Seungho gasped in pain, the harsh truth echoed, anyone who tried to protect something always lost an equal amount. Director Han confidently declared that Samjin could never defeat her, a weapon glinting in the dark. Just as she stated her philosophy, a sudden movement shocked her. The harsh truth was, protecting something meant losing an equal amount. Seungho, smirking, found his opponent's predictability utterly tiresome. A bat slammed as the woman screamed in raw terror. Jongyu, the man with long black hair, asked the distressed boss if she was all right, while Director Han looked on, holding a bat. Director Han aggressively seized Jongyu by the collar, demanding he listen carefully, and he recoiled in shock. Director Han roared, kicking a man through shattering glass, blaming him for their demeaning reputation. Jongyu yawned, confident that Gu Sajin wouldn't target mere goods. Jongyu, now in a suit, smiled wryly, realizing Gu Sajin likely targeted their entire team, making things complicated. The stylish woman walked purposefully through the bustling modern street. Seungho acknowledged the wisdom of assigning the Guardian shuttle, but his expression remained grim. He clenched his fist in frustration, unable to keep his people in constant pursuit, as the unconscious bald man slumped against him. He knew if this root wasn't plucked now, it would only fester. With a grim look at his bloodied hand, Seungho knew they would keep coming. Seungho smirked, acknowledging their desire to see him, promising to personally deliver his own brand of service. His intense smirk promised a brutal cash-on-delivery payment. A powerful fist struck with bone-jarring force. The terrified bald man, Dalso, prostrated himself, hoping to avoid Seungho's gaze as his name was called. Standing over the cowering Dalso, Seungho posed a rhetorical question about the unchanging nature of some lives. Dalso looked up, fear gripping him as Seungho explained the unchangeable life of a follower, then offered a chance at rebirth. Seungho strode away, leaving Dalso and the unconscious thugs, his final words challenging Dalso to define his own worth. The city awoke to a peaceful, expansive dawn. Seungho entered the ominous hallway with a smirk, announcing his arrival for delivery. Jongyu, smirking and smoking, tried to manipulate his target into joining him, suggesting their skills were wasted. Jongyu extended his proposition, inviting Seungho to learn under his tutelage. His intense gaze revealed the unsettling truth: people were merely tools, to be used and discarded. Seungho smirked, challenging Jongyu and criticizing his fundamental lack of understanding about work. Jongyu, still smirking, manipulatively offered an internship, promising to teach step by step. Seungho leaned in, confidently countering with a minimum wage offer, asserting his own terms. Jongyu dismissively stated that such advice was wasted on someone like Seungho. Jongyu declared his grim philosophy of the strong devouring all, but Seungho instantly dismissed it as nonsense. Seungho's narrowed eyes challenged Jongyu, accusing him of fear as his words twisted. Jonggyu's sinister smirk acknowledged the challenge with a single word. A powerful strike landed. Rapid movements blurred as another powerful blow landed. Then, Seungho's focus strike connected, sending Jongyu recoiling. Despite a fresh cut, Jongyu smugly reiterated his philosophy on the weakness of protection. Seungho's gaze remained unyielding, his fist clenched in silent determination. Jongyu punched, driving home his point that protection was just another form of weakness. As Jongyu's smug punch connected, the narrative declared that precious things only weakened their protectors. Seungho recoiled, grimacing, as Jongyu's thoughts crowed about his opponent's predictable movements leading to a dead end. The man with long black hair, now revealed as Representative Gu Seijin, wore a triumphant, blood-splattered smirk. A vicious, blurring punch tore through the air. Gu Seijin stood amidst the dust, his smug expression proclaiming a clear victory. Seungho, smirking and holding a bloodied object, intensely taunted Gu Seijin, asking if he was ready for an internship. Gu Seijin only smirked, his silence a calculating acknowledgement. The narrative proclaimed that resilience grew stronger with every hit. Seungho's swift punch struck, drawing a sharp cry from Gu Seijin. Gu Seijin's face contorted in surprised reaction to the sudden impact. Seungho's powerful kick sent Gu Seijin reeling, who gasped at the sudden, improved footwork. Quick, fluid movements blurred through the dark. Gu Seijin took a surprised defensive stance, acknowledging Seungho's unexpected speed. Seungho lunged, a bloodied hand reaching out, his smirk challenging the former President Gu. Seungho's aggressive kick punctuated his annoyance with Gu Seijin's philosophy on weakness. His intense kick continued, as he articulated his first theory about such pathetic people. Seungho's powerful kick landed with a violent impact, concluding his analysis of those who claimed to have thrown away what was lost. Gu Seijin grabbed hold, his smirk challenging Seungho's words, questioning the idea of a mistake. With a crazed yell, Gu Seijin, blood splattered and knife in hand, declared he had willingly discarded his precious things. In the world's lawless blind spots, an older man questioned the meticulous knife cleaning by a focused young man, during a simple drug delivery. In a Harbin back alley, 16-year-old Gu Seijin insisted his knife was a charm for survival, while 16-year-old Xiaolang dismissively scoffed at its necessity. Xiaolang rummaged casually, trying to ease Gu Seijin's tension about their uneventful drug handoff. Xiaolang playfully asked if Gu Seijin would save him if caught, but Gu Seijin countered with a grim question about their future. Xiaolang, full of hopeful promises, assured Gu Seijin they could escape their life soon, but Gu Seijin simply told him to guard his knife. The brutal ecosystem of their world was horrifyingly clear. Sounds of bags emptying and money scattering echoed in the gritty, empty warehouse. A bloodied Xiaolang, kneeling in distress, explained the missing funds, blaming nameless stray mutts for the theft, as Gu Seijin watched in shock. In this world, one either preyed on others to survive. The older man angrily seized a bloody younger man, demanding why they allowed Heihatsu to steal their goods. Xiaolang, wounded and held by an unseen hand, lamented the world's injustice, asking if they were doomed to be prey. Gu Seijin, slumped against the wall and injured amidst scattered money, desperately tried to reach out for Lang. His shattered reflection showed a despairing Gu Seijin, unable to move his stiff body to save Lang. A bloodied Gu Seijin clutched his head in anguish, a desperate plea rising as he faced the inevitable. Gu Seijin's thoughts questioned his own fear, while a menacing older man cruelly held a crying, injured Xiaolang. Shadows obscured Gu Seijin's distressed face, his mind screaming a silent warning to run from the danger. A bloodied, dying Xiaolang gurgled a final, desperate plea for Seijin to run. The true source of his fear wasn't the towering predator he faced. It was the unbearable agony of what he wished to protect. With a surprised gasp, Gu Seijin violently stabbed, the narrative suggesting this brutal act was merely natural, a carving out of the root. The older man, surprised then smirking, praised Gu Sajin's vicious act of stabbing his friend, offering him a place in his ranks. With a gurgle of surprise, the older man was brutally stabbed by a determined Gu Sajin. A blood-soaked, furious Gu Sajin lunged, vowing death upon the older man. Gu Sajin collapsed with a gurgle, bloodied and still clutching his knife, beside Xiaolang's lifeless body. A stark, resolute vow echoed, "Never again." Gu Sajin's eye burned with intense, focused determination. He made a defiant, absolute declaration: he would not be devoured. Xiaolang lay dead in a pool of blood, a bloody knife near Gu Sajin's outstretched, crimson hand. Gu Sajin's bloodied hand gripped the knife hilt with fierce determination. A blurred knife swung violently through the air. Gu Sajin, bloodied and blurred, unleashed a dark, intense rampage, driven only by the instinct to devour. Blood-soaked, Gu Sajin stood victorious over a fallen enemy, his knife dripping as other tough men watched in chilling silence. An older man with a goatee, stunned by the bloody warehouse, demanded an explanation, expecting only a captured thief. Gu Sajin's bloodied face was a mask of intense, dark resolve. The older man with the goatee smirked, his calculating gaze complementing Gu Sajin's keen eye. The imposing older man, looking down at Gu Sajin on the floor, posed a direct question. He offered Gu Sajin a place in their triad, to learn the art of cleaning. Gu Sajin swung his knife dynamically, internally admitting that the peninsula's dullness, and his role as boss, had stiffened his very being. Gu Sajin's aggressive strike landed on Seungho, affirming his thought that this place was far too quiet. But a menacing smirk crossed Gu Sajin's face as his bloody knife pressed against Seungho. For the first time in ages, his blood burned with intense, renewed fervor. Gu Sajin's crazed grin, streaked with blood, recalled the sinister satisfaction of erasing a root long ago. Gu Sajin delivered an aggressive kick, astounded to find a mutant like Seungho hiding as a mere office worker. Gu Sajin, two knives glinting in hand, issued a confident, challenging demand for proof. Amidst a predatory, snake-like shadow, Gu Sajin aggressively challenged Seungho to prove his true nature, predator or prey. The man with long black hair challenged Seungho, daring him to prove he was a predator, not just prey. Blades clashed and whirred around Seungho, the fight escalating in a blur of motion. A blade bit into Seungho's neck, blood blooming. The man with long black hair taunted Seungho for dodging so well, like a quick rat. He pressed his attack, questioning how long Seungho's evasions could possibly last. A blade whirred past, and Seungho barely dodged, his face splattering with blood. Seungho strained, enduring the relentless assault with every fiber of his being. A heavy pipe swung down, aiming to crush Seungho. Then Seungho's leg shot out, connecting with a sharp impact that jolted his attacker. Yet a chilling smirk still twisted across the man with long black hair's face. Seungho blinked in surprise, his bandaged hand aching from the blow. A swift, powerful kick launched from the man with long black hair. Seungho's foot spun away, narrowly missing the kick, but blood splattered the metallic floor. Seungho wondered if it was a hair's breadth, as his opponent warned that a moment slower would have cost him his leg, acknowledging his speed. Seungho, injured and serious, sensed that the last hit hadn't landed properly. He wondered if his opponent deliberately left an opening, like a viper luring its prey. Seungho concluded that this man was definitely no ordinary opponent. One mistake, he realized, and he could be swallowed whole. The most troublesome thing, Seungho knew, was that knife, gleaming with intent. He had to take the knife first, Seungho decided, lunging forward. The knife whizzed past, and Seungho ducked low to evade. The man with long black hair taunted Seungho for only dodging, questioning if he had already reached his limit. His attacker furiously demanded Seungho make the fight fun again, like before. A powerful kick landed hard, driving into Seungho. His attacker reacted with shock, realizing Seungho was charging fast, directly towards his blade. Seungho seized his opponent's arm, disrupting the attack with a tight, wrenching grip. Seungho's hand clamped down, bare, directly on the knife's sharp blade. He held tight, wrestling for control of the deadly weapon. The man with long black hair grinned, exhilarated by Seungho's direct engagement. He snarled, threatening Seungho to fight or become his prey as the struggle intensified. Seungho's injured hand blocked the incoming strike, clashing with an echoing impact. The man with long black hair observed Seungho's minimal movements, realizing he was facing a well-trained soldier. He wondered why, despite devouring Seungho, he felt pushed onto the offensive, an unexpected shift. The man with long black hair punched Seungho, realizing his opponent was doing more than merely dodging. More than anything, the man with long black hair saw Seungho's eyes were not those of prey trying to run. He became enraged, daring to be challenged this way. As the chaos grew, his attacker wondered if Seungho was deliberately baiting him into a trap. Seungho's hand clashed against a knife blade, deflecting it. Grinning wildly, the man with long black hair roared, demanding Seungho show him everything. As his opponent pondered his true intentions, Seungho's fist slammed into his face with a sharp impact. A knife blade flashed and cut through the air. Seungho's leg shot out, delivering a powerful kick. The man with long black hair defiantly declared he would gladly walk into whatever Seungho threw. With a manic grin, his opponent lunged forward, knife in hand. Seungho's bare hand clamped down on the blade, blood splattering from the sharp edge. His attacker's eye widened in utter shock. Seungho had grabbed his knife with his bare hand. Seungho retaliated with a fierce headbutt, surrounded by raw power. Seungho's fist slammed into the knife handle, shattering it. The man with long black hair stood, composed in defeat, holding only the broken hilt of his weapon. In a memory, the man with long black hair was asked why he cleaned his knife when there was no work. He justified his constant preparedness, explaining that waiting until something happened to sharpen a blade was already too late. For him, a single knife decided if they were predators or simply meat, torn apart. Another man then mused that avoiding knife situations entirely was best, as knives often attracted other knives. He offered a counterpoint, that one didn't need to live with their edge up all the time. The other man warned he might someday meet a bigger knife, to which he responded, accepting his fate if that were to happen. Back in the present, the defeated man with long black hair wondered if this was finally his end. Seungho overwhelmed his opponent with a surge of dark, powerful energy. The man with long black hair fell, utterly defeated and bloodied. Seungho stood victorious over his fallen opponent. The man with long black hair lay unconscious amidst the debris. Through bloodied lips, the defeated man realized he was the one who had finally broken. The heavy thud of multiple feet announced a new wave of attackers rushing in. A bald man, enraged, rallied his subordinates to attack Seungho for daring to defeat their boss. Seungho's fist slammed forward, ready for the fresh fight. Director Choi lunged with a furious kick, cursing Seungho to die. Suddenly, the man with long black hair's voice cut through the chaos, commanding them to stop. The man with long black hair, though injured, calmly declared the settlement over, silencing the outraged bald man. With an intimidating gaze, the man with long black hair warned if his words were a joke, demanding they stand down. The man with long black hair acknowledged Seungho by name, surprised a predator like him had been hiding in this corner of the peninsula. Seungho, with a sarcastic smirk, dismissed the compliment, insisting he was merely an ordinary office worker wanting to get home safely. The man with long black hair found Seungho's claim absurd, calmly challenging him to finish it if he truly wished to continue. The man with long black hair declared he would stay out of Daegadong as promised, prompting Seungho to ask if he planned to return to the Triad. He scoffed at returning to the Triad, deciding instead this was a chance to cool his head and think. Seungho, with a playful smirk, suggested he consider living a very honest and diligent life. The man with long black hair, a smirk playing on his lips, simply called Seungho absurd to the very end. Walking down a busy street, Seungho answered his phone, hearing Manager Kim's worried inquiry about his safety. Seungho reassured Manager Kim he was fine and on his way home, bringing her much relief. Manager Kim then confirmed Panda had indeed attempted retaliation, just as Seungho had predicted. Manager Kim explained Panda had gone after Ms. Yura and department head Kim, but thankfully, the Guardian shuttle people helped them escape unharmed. Seungho, with visible injuries, realized that having something to protect fixed a point that could be attacked, making them vulnerable prey. He reflected that Gu Sajin had been right, realizing he had almost endangered everyone by pushing ahead his own way. Seungho clenched his bandaged hand around his work ID, confirming his suspicion about this place. With a conflicted expression, Seungho wondered if this was truly where he belonged. On a bustling street, an older man expressed shock at Gu Sajin's disappearance and his wrecked office, wondering what had happened. As promised, Gu Sajin vanished with Panda, and Daegadong regained its old vitality, though a stylish woman wondered where everyone had gone. The stylish woman smiled faintly, recognizing that Seungho had accomplished what everyone said was impossible. At a towering office building, a female office worker arrived with news. She looked around, confused and slightly worried by the scene before her. She then tendered her resignation, thanking the director for everything. Seungho, hand resting on a Samjin trading document, concluded this might not be where he belonged. The Samjin Group headquarters rose majestically above the bustling city, a symbol of corporate power. A soft knock echoed from beyond an elegant office door. An executive respectfully addressed the chairman. He reported that the final resident list for Luminous the Pent, complete with verified identities, was ready as requested. As the executive took a clipboard, Secretary Han explained that young Master Baek Hwai-jin had personally handled the sale, and the high-end strategy perfectly targeted the market's top 1%. The executive, contemplating the top 1%, then asked Secretary Han for her assessment of the list. Secretary Han revealed that the proportion of professionals and major company executives had significantly dropped, prompting the executive to wonder who now filled this expensive fortress. She explained that it was now stock-tip chatroom operators. Virtual asset whales, used car alliances, and shell corporations with unclear origins were also on the rise. She concluded that most of them were practically indistinguishable from con artists. Secretary Han then snorted, expressing her disdain for this new, classless era. The executive agreed, sharing his concern that the landscape was starkly different from the order they once knew. He then paused, asking Secretary Han if she considered this situation abnormal, which surprised her. The executive continued, explaining that their own era had also been a ruthless age of fighting for power. He described how the wealth accumulated since the 60s had been seized by hungry dogs straight from the marketplace, competing, taking, and trampling others. These were the kind who moved swiftly, before the law could ever tighten around them. But, clutching the clipboard firmly, the executive asserted that the new generation of wealthy individuals on the list were fundamentally different. He likened them to hyenas, possessing the savagery to ignore law and order, but lacking the will to truly command, content to chase the blood spilled by others. Secretary Han pondered the executive's observation that young people were reckless, only after a big score, and showed no fear of crossing lines. With a confident smirk, the executive declared that it was precisely for this reason the real thing needed to appear. He provocative asked if this mess crawling with hyenas wasn't the ideal age for a real monster to be born, overturn the board, and rise to the top. Yet, the executive mused, even with changing times, establishing a great house still required one singular condition, an extraordinary quality that could both attract and dominate everyone. He reflected that those who lacked such power, castrated as he called it, might touch money by luck, but would never become kings capable of commanding an age. Touching a document, the executive included young Master Hwai-jin in this assessment, stating he couldn't inherit Samjin by merely pretending to be a bookish gentleman within the company's halo. Hwai-jin, the executive stressed, needed to prove his own grit to hold his place even if his name tag was stripped away. The executive then intensely considered I-jin. He privately acknowledged a deep debt he owed that child, hoping to repay it if she ever returned alive from her struggles. But he concluded that if she couldn't climb out on her own, that would simply be her limit, for anyone unable to prove themselves would crash back down, no matter how much help they received. Seungho politely bowed, thanking Director Beck for everything. Director Beck, however, looked serious and contemplative as she stated that she didn't think this was where she belonged. Seungho politely nodded, preparing to leave. Director Beck calmly watched him, observing his departure. Then she smirked, remarking that the situation was seriously total trash. Seungho flinched in surprise, turning back to ask what she meant. Tearing a piece of paper, Director Beck sharply questioned if he had skipped new hire training on reporting chains. She then held up the torn resignation letter, sarcastically asking what kind of idiot would bypass the department head and shove a resignation straight at a director. Seungho was confused and flustered, while Director Beck calmly stated she would hold off on the resignation for now. She then confidently instructed Seungho to follow proper procedure by speaking with the department head first, and then to come back. A Korean barbecue restaurant buzzed with the sounds of sizzling meat and lively chatter. "Can I eat it now?" Byung eagerly asked, holding tongs, but the department head smiled, telling him not yet. A young woman then asked Seungho if the director was joining their team dinner, assuming she would. The department head explained that he had already asked Director Beck, but she felt her presence would make everyone uncomfortable and the meat taste less good. But the department head added that Director Beck had offered her card instead, much to the small, delighted cries of Byung and the young woman. The department head then led a cheerful toast, encouraging everyone for their hard work. Glasses clinked together in celebration. Both Byung and the department head enthusiastically gulped down their beer, Byung exclaiming with ecstasy. The young woman, curious, then asked Seungho if he had really fought Gu Sajin, and what he had done to make Gu Sajin leave Daedagong. The department head, munching eagerly, added his curiosity, while Byung asked if Seungho had done something legendary again. Seungho, sweating slightly and looking away, feigned nonchalance, claiming it was just a slight body-to-body, business-to-business conversation. "Hold on, I'm going to the bathroom," the department head declared, with Byung quickly following suit, both eager to pressure Seungho into revealing more. As the two men departed, background banter about ordering beef filled the air while Seungho and the young woman sat quietly. The young woman then snorted, remarking that the department head sometimes seemed like a high schooler, adding that he was oddly starting to resemble Seungho. She further compared Seungho to a typhoon, saying that merely being near him made one feel swept up in its currents. She then tried to convince a surprised Seungho, emphasizing her point. She described how Seungho had beaten up a client company's superior under the pretense of sparring. He had also played mahjong under the pretense of sales. And had a body-to-body conversation with the owner of a rival delivery service. Seungho awkwardly apologized as the young woman concluded that looking at him made her understand why men died young. But then, tapping her tongs, she prepared to make another point. She wondered, with a chuckle, if the company had become sort of spectacular, experiencing things unimaginable at other companies. She expressed how Seungho had made work fun, making her weirdly look forward to going to the office these days. But then, she was suddenly shocked, questioning her own mind for looking forward to work. The young woman thanked Seungho for making company life fun, but Seungho expressed a concern. He seriously reflected that while a typhoon might be fine occasionally, a constant one eventually wore everyone out. The young woman thoughtfully considered his point that from the perspective of those nearby, constantly being dragged into danger would be unsettling. But Seungho posed a rhetorical question: if a typhoon swept through an already dirted place, wouldn't it naturally become better than before? He cited Daedagong Market as an example, referencing Yura's brighter expression and the improved mood of the shopkeepers. The young woman then smiled softly, concluding that what truly mattered for a typhoon was where and in what direction it blew. As Seungho looked down in thought, the young woman called out an order for more pork belly. A bell rang softly. Seungho sighed, walking out into the falling rain. Back inside, the department head was surprised to find the grill empty, and the young woman explained that Seungho had eaten it all and left, with Byung marveling at his legendary eating speed. Seungho faintly smiled, reminiscing about the past as the rain fell around him. Inside, Byung excitedly declared he would try eating like Seungho, but the young woman pointed out his meat wasn't cooked yet, leading to laughter. In a flashback, Seungho reflected that even if a place improved after a typhoon, it didn't change the fact that the people around it still got hurt. He intently vowed to himself that he could not repeat the same mistake. The department head suddenly appeared, asking Seungho what he was thinking so hard about, suggesting they go back inside for more meat. Then, lighting a cigarette, the department head revealed he had heard from Director Beck that Seungho had submitted a resignation letter. He then suggested they have an interview outside, believing this setting suited Seungho better than a company table. Seungho questioned the unusual location for an interview, but the department head dismissed his concern, teasing him for his lack of romance. The department head then asked if Seungho had learned some kind of martial arts, referencing the panda matter and the earlier situation with Director Choi. Seungho revealed that he had just gotten used to it, especially after being discharged from UDT, surprising the department head, who excitedly asked for his class number. Seungho then asked if the department head had also been in UDT, only for the department head to slyly admit he was just joking and had been in civil defense. The department head then grew pensive, reflecting that he too had once jumped in without caring about consequences when he was Seungho's age, and he didn't know when he had changed so much. Perhaps that was why, he mused, he hadn't given Seungho confidence in him, but Seungho, flustered, quickly denied it, blaming his own lack of procedural knowledge. The department had explained his past tendency to simply accept even unreasonable things, compromising with reality and merely going along with it. In a flashback, the department had contrasted his younger self, who fought against absurdity, with his more recent self, who let things go, believing it was the path for the company. But, he observed, after Seungho stepped up, everything changed. The department head gazed thoughtfully into the distance. He felt a renewed desire to accomplish something again. Amidst a chaotic office scene, the department head resolved to carve out his own path and lead it in the direction he wanted, rather than merely accepting the given situation. With a soft smile, he concluded that perhaps Seungho wasn't a troublesome stone that rolled in, but a blessing. He sincerely thanked Seungho for becoming a part of their team. The towering Samjin Group building stood, reflecting sunlight and a rainbow, a symbol of its power and ambition. Seungho stood before Director Beck's desk in her office. Director Beck looked up, asking if his interview had gone well. Seungho confirmed it had, then paused, stating his answer was, "Wait." Director Beck, with a slight smile, interrupted him, stating she had something to say first. She confidently instructed Seungho to sit down, implying her upcoming statement would significantly influence his decision. Seungho paused at the threshold, an unsettling calm before the impending conversation. Director Beck calmly inquired about the meeting's outcome. Seungho affirmed the meeting's success, yet his pending answer carried an unexpected weight. Director Beck gracefully rose, intending to speak before he could offer his decision. Her confident command to sit down promised a revelation that would profoundly influence his choice. A palpable tension settled in the air as they both sat, waiting for the pivotal exchange. Director Beck, before revealing her own narrative, pressed Seungho on the precise timing of his resignation. Seungho's silence spoke volumes, his bandaged face etched with deep contemplation. He revealed his true reason, his hand clenching with a fierce resolve to avoid further loss. Seungho confessed that his choices inevitably put others in peril, a pattern that deeply troubled him. He worried that their recent escape was merely luck, with no assurance of future safety for his team. Seungho bore the heavy burden of responsibility for endangering his innocent colleagues, like the department head and Ms. Minju. Their continued collaboration, he believed, would only invite repeated dangers. His sole motivation was to shield the innocent from the turbulent fallout of his own decisions. The director considered his words, her expression softening with an almost pitying understanding. Then Director Beck abruptly challenged his assumptions, cutting him down as merely a rookie, which visibly startled him. She reminded him that his team had consciously chosen the treacherous path alongside him, fully embracing his vision. While wishing for safety, she fiercely challenged his notion of solitary responsibility, prompting his urgent, cut-off protest. Director Beck abruptly silenced him, asserting her authority, and he respectfully submitted despite his inner turmoil. She probed his core motivation for leaving, and he plainly admitted it was to protect himself from further loss. Her intense gaze locked onto him, setting the stage for a critical question. She asserted that retreat was no protection, only an invitation for the monster-like bastards who had killed Hajin. Her words struck Seungho, a dawning realization spreading across his features. Director Beck revealed their shared motivation for protecting what they held dear, making a significant gesture that surprised Seungho. Director Beck revealed her true identity as Chairman Beck's daughter and, more poignantly, as Hajin's older sister. She linked his legendary status directly to the tragic day Hajin died, a truth Seungho held in his hand. Director Beck confessed her desperate prayers for excruciating torment upon Hajin's murderers, her agony reflected in the faded photograph. Yet, she bitterly reflected, her fervent prayers ultimately changed nothing. Her voice laced with fury, she deplored the stark injustice of Hajin's lost future contrasted with her tormentors' prosperous lives. With a chilling smirk, she challenged him, asking if he knew the present whereabouts and activities of Hajin's killers. One, she revealed, grew rich from illegal overseas smuggling, a vivid image of his illicit success. Another had perversely rebranded himself as an entertainment mogul, preying on the young and vulnerable. The cruel irony was that these contemptible figures were always the quickest to seize power. And most infuriatingly, she concluded, they lived lives of decadent ease. She cynically explained how, in their world, power swiftly acquired could bury any past transgression, no matter how heinous. Even, she emphasized grimly, the unforgivable crime of murder. Seungho's quiet interjection was met with Director Beck's observation that countless ordinary lives were still being ruined, just like Hajin's. With her jaw set and eyes shadowed, she declared her unshakable resolve. She decided to confront them on their own terms, using the cutthroat tactics of a businessperson relentlessly pursuing profit. Their arrogance stemmed from wealth, and she vowed to dismantle their corrupt financial empires, seizing every last illicit gain. Her position, and Samjin trading itself, were not just a career, but her singular weapon against those who stole Hajin. Her chilling words confirmed her intention, Seungho was to be her precise, sharp weapon. She urged him to unleash his full potential, unburdened by fears of collateral damage, as supportive faces flickered in his mind. With a confident, almost menacing smirk, she asserted her sole responsibility for managing every risk, controlling the entire game board. After a moment of weighty consideration, Seungho began his reply. He looked at her with an intense, unwavering gaze, demanding a single promise. Director Beck turned, gazing out at the vibrant city, the golden light momentarily softening her formidable presence. She gave a faint, self-deprecating chuckle, a rare moment of questioning her own audacious nature. Her refined composure barely concealed the violent revenge she craved, a stark contrast to her current facade. Internally, she appealed to Hajin, explaining that her official title prevented her from openly declaring vengeance to a subordinate. Her internal struggle continued, touching a reflective surface as she emphasized the difficulty of maintaining her pretense before Hajin's friend. She knew the bastards responsible were still lurking, their full identities yet to be uncovered. These forgotten criminals were now desperately trying to emerge into legitimacy, oblivious to their past. She vowed to wait for their moment of weakness, then utterly decimate their lives. Her vengeful thoughts extended even to Chairman Beck, her own father, who had abandoned Hajin and concealed the heinous truth. The intricate board she had painstakingly built was now, finally, complete. Hesitation, she decided, was a luxury she could no longer afford. With fierce determination, she prepared to overturn the entire game, her hand gripping the piece. In turn Han Byamj, brimming with explosive excitement, loudly vowed his life to Samjin. Manager Kim congratulated the beaming intern Han Byung, revealing Director Baek's personal commendation for his hidden contributions. Director Baek scanned the room, her brow furrowed with curiosity over Seungho's uncharacteristic absence. Seungho's sheepish apology for his director's meeting sparked a dramatic, tearful outburst from the young woman, Ms. Minji, who felt utterly betrayed. Manager Kim smoothly redirected the conversation to welcome intern Han Byung, who then confessed his deepest motivation, his mother's joy. Manager Kim heartily agreed, understanding that a child's respectable position often brought parents the greatest comfort and pride. Intern Han Byung's heart pounded with excitement, envisioning himself as Seungho's destined companion. Manager Kim assigned the enthusiastic intern to Ms. Minji, a decision intern Han Byung accepted with a wide smile. Inside, however, intern Han Byung secretly longed to be assigned to Seungho. Seungho's cryptic remark about a lone tiger instantly ignited intern Han Byung's fervent ambition to emulate him. Director Baek scoffed at the tiger analogy, but Manager Kim wisely saw the intern's boisterous energy as a welcome jolt of life. The office filled with buoyant laughter and animated chatter. With a new resolve, Seungho fixed his gaze forward, eager for the next challenge. Director Baek exuded quiet confidence as Seungho, surrounded by three men, delved into the details of their next endeavor. Far away, on the dark, mysterious outskirts of Primpong, Kamburku, a new, illicit cargo had just arrived from Vietnam. A concerned man reported over the phone that both the illicit goods and their fraudulent paperwork were in order. The man's anxiety betrayed his lingering doubts about the rosewood's true origin, just as Director Han's voice cut him off. Director Han Jae-myung sternly reminded the man of their elaborate deception, eliciting a nervous, fumbling promise of compliance. The man sighed deeply, a gut feeling telling him this deeply shady deal would only lead to trouble. A brash man, who would be identified as Team Leader Ma, jovially pressured a visibly uncomfortable Samjin Park about the quality of their illicit rosewood. Team Leader Ma then sinisterly explained their simple yet audacious deception, leaving Samjin Park visibly shaken. Team Leader Ma smoothly transitioned to a second round of business with women, but Samjin Park, clutching his jacket, insisted he needed to report back. Team Leader Ma's persistent persuasion chipped away at Samjin Park's resolve, who reluctantly agreed to, just for a bit. Inside the van, the two men rode into the oppressive darkness, their fates converging. The vehicle rumbled and shuddered down the unpaved road, its journey into the night growing increasingly unsettling. Samjin Park's complaints about the never-ending, unpaved road were abruptly cut short by Team Leader Ma's sharp interjection. Samjin Park's confused question was met with Team Leader Ma's sinister chuckle, sealing his unease. Ma Jin-hyuk, the manager of Manhwa Complex, adjusted his glasses with a chilling smirk, revealing the dire truth of Samjin Park's predicament. Ma Jin-hyuk's brutal threat, punctuated by the glint of an axe, filled Samjin Park with absolute terror. An unseen victim's frantic plea sliced through the grim silence, insisting they had no money. The distressed man, still pleading, detailed his crushing debts, swearing no ransom could be extracted from him. The unseen captor dismissed the man's financial woes, implying his presence here contradicted any claim of wealth, while the captive simply absorbed the grim reality. The tied-up man, Samjin Park, demanded answers and threatened with his corporate affiliation, only for the man with black hair and glasses to mock his reliance on a company badge after engaging in illicit activities. The smug man with black hair explained Samjin Park's predicament: his illegal actions left him defenseless, and his superiors had undoubtedly erased any connection to him. Desperate, Samjin Park offered a ransom, exaggerating his company importance, truly believing money could solve everything. He promised any sum would be wired instantly if only his life was spared, then screamed in raw terror. The man with tattoos then dismissed the idea of a simple ransom, implying their efforts for such a small payoff were unthinkable. Samjin Park, eyes wide with terror, frantically questioned his captor's identity and true intentions as they moved him roughly. With a chilling smirk, the tattooed man rhetorically asked what they wanted, implying the answer was obvious. The tattooed man then asserted that their motive was purely business, finding Samjin Park's obvious questions unamusing and hinting at a manipulative game. The scene then shifted to the imposing, modern headquarters of the Samjin Group. In a luxurious office, Baek Soo-jin confronted her father about his refusal to attend the Chablis preview, which he dismissed with irritation. Baek Soo-jin challenged her father directly, questioning if he either failed to recognize the project's potential or simply lacked trust in her. Her father, tapping the desk, clarified his distrust lay with the contract's loopholes, not her, reminding her of his warnings against reckless ventures. He emphasized his deep concerns about the contract's precarious terms, highlighting the risk of losing everything if the other party withdrew. Baek Soo-jin, with a smug smile, declared modern business was akin to gambling, finding his traditional caution outdated. She then criticized her father's hesitation, claiming she was merely updating his own beastly nature philosophy to fit current times. The market, she stated, now bought symbols over inherent value. This new normal included prioritizing luxury goods, even if it meant sacrificing meals. This obsession with external luxury had become the defining characteristic of the era. And Chablis, she concluded, stood as the ultimate symbol of that pervasive vanity. Baek Soo-jin confidently championed Chablis' French authenticity and overwhelming nobility, arguing that with such a perfect symbol, failure was inconceivable. She then slyly revealed her strategic intent to leverage Ethan's personal interest in her as a solid business opportunity. Her father dismissed her personal appeal, suggesting Ethan was only interested in the contract's clauses, questioning the risk of pre-sales. His grim warning about the contract's potential failure made Baek Soo-jin visibly worried, as he implied the financial repercussions would be severe. The older man gravely sighed, stating that a failed contract could inflict an unrecoverable blow upon Samjin Resort. Baek Soo-jin confidently walked away from her father, defiantly asserting that the project's success would ultimately prove her right. She made a final, confident remark about seeing her father at the event the next day. The older man, worried, likened his daughter's venture to building a house on sand, destined to be swept away by the coming waves. The next day, a grand event pulsed with flashing cameras and eager photographers as a woman on stage posed. Elegant guests mingled and conversed amidst the warm glow of chandeliers. The female office worker expressed her awe at the grand scale of the Samjin Resort event, feeling it was a completely different world filled with celebrities. She then expressed regret about her attire, wishing she had rented something more appropriate for the high-class event. Seungho casually brushed off worries about their attire, reminding his colleague they were business partners, while she gaped at the mountain of food he'd already accumulated. Seungho tried to boost his colleague Minji's confidence, reminding her that director Baek believed in her abilities. Minji, however, expressed her anxiety about performing well, finding confidence harder to summon than it seemed. Both Minji and Seungho were startled by an unexpected interaction, as someone unseen abruptly took hold of Seungho. A man with long black hair excitedly recognized and greeted Seungho, identifying himself as Vex and asking if Seungho remembered him. The female office worker reacted with astonishment, recognizing Vex as a famous former UDT influencer. Minji internally questioned why such a renowned influencer would address Seungho with such a familiar and respectful term. Vex snapped to a theatrical salute, dramatically announcing his report as a member of the Special Warfare Flotilla to a stunned Seungho. Seungho told Vex to tone down the military behavior, and Vex explained his excitement at seeing Seungho again, revealing their former unit lost touch with him after his discharge. Seungho questioned Vex's presence, and Vex replied that he was discharged 2 years ago and now worked as a successful influencer. Minji grew suspicious, realizing Seungho's connection with Vex might mean Seungho was also in the UDT, finding it hard to believe. Seungho introduced Minji as his senior to Vex, who then greeted her respectfully with a polite bow. Vex teased Minji about her relationship with Seungho, leaving her confused by his cryptic remarks. Vex began to recount a story about Seungho's extraordinary bravery in dangerous situations, hinting at his past. Seungho abruptly cut off Baek's story, telling him to leave, and Baek reluctantly complied, disappointed he couldn't finish. Baek waved goodbye to Seungho and Minji, asking Minji to take care of Seungho and suggesting they meet again later. Minji questioned Seungho about his past, but he gave a non-committal answer, noticing director Baek approaching. Baek Sujin greeted Seungho and Minji, praising them for arriving at the event. Minji expressed relief that Baek Sujin was also dressed in regular business attire, easing her earlier worries about the dress code. Baek Sujin dismissed concerns about their attire, then reminded Minji and Seungho that the opening ceremony was about to begin. Baek Sujin outlined their strategy to personally meet and pitch their project to Ethan of Chablis during the upcoming reception. Later, in an office setting, Seungho asked what their next project would be. The older man with glasses gently reminded Seungho about their agreement to each bring a project proposal by today. The older man prompted Seungho, clearly expecting him to have a proposal, which caused a surprised reaction from someone unseen. Baek Sujin instructed Seungho to submit a proposal by the end of the day and then confidently proceeded to start the meeting. Minji announced she would begin the briefing. Minji then presented her proposal, acquiring the exclusive domestic distribution rights for the French brand Ethel. Minji explained that Ethel was a valuable brand representing the old money look, transcending mere fashion. The market, she explained, had shifted from prominent luxury logos to a more understated aesthetic. Even younger consumers, Minji described, now preferred quality materials and subtle elegance, aiming for a born wealthy appearance. Minji emphasized Ethel's status as a top brand for subtle elegance, popular among Korea's upper class, even fostering a fandom. Minji concluded that acquiring Ethel would not just be about clothing distribution but would set the new standard for Korean high-end business. Baek Sujin confirmed her agreement, praising Minji's exceptional market insight. Minji, however, expressed self-doubt about her ability to handle direct negotiations with a major contact like Chablis. Baek Sujin reassured Minji, telling her not to worry as she would personally vouch for her data and insight. Baek Sujin then complimented Minji on an old article she wrote, catching her by surprise. Baek Sujin informed them she had other matters to attend to, instructing them to contact her immediately if any issues arose and suggesting they meet later. The narration then introduced Ethan of the Chablis group, hinting at his past exile from the main family business. An ambitious Ethan, the narration speculated, seeking a comeback via the Korean market, would likely not easily reject their Ethel brand proposal. An unseen character thanked someone, referred to as sis, for coming. Baek Jin walked away with a determined expression, her high heels clicking audibly. Baek Sujin, dressed glamorously, confidently asked for the other woman's impression of the event, emphasizing its visual impact. Baek Jin acknowledged the event's opulence and internally thanked Baek Sujin, recognizing that the extravagance made it easier for her to meet Ethan. Baek Sujin criticized the other woman's perceived lack of capability and advised her to focus on herself instead of listening to rumors. Baek Sujin then offered to give the other woman work, specifically handling construction materials for the resort, with a hint of condescension. Baek Jin reacted with a sharp gasp of surprise to Baek Sujin's offer. Baek Sujin called out to Ethan, the executive director of Chablis Group's overseas business team, getting his attention. Baek Sujin confidently reiterated her VVIP-only private curation strategy to Ethan, asserting its innovative nature and suitability for Chablis. Ethan subtly dismissed Baek Sujin's pitch, recalling his earlier instruction for a more thorough review, while internally criticizing her superficial understanding of the market. Ethan internally expressed his hesitation to partner with Baek Sujin due to his own unstable family position and her perceived shallowness. As Baek Sujin tried to physically engage him, Ethan internally resolved to distance himself from her once their current project concluded. Baek Jin internally mused on the intricate nature of transferring a brand's authenticity, hinting at her deeper understanding. Ethan questioned if simple targeting was enough for a brand with Chablis' historical significance, which seemed to spark a realization in Baek Jin. Baek Jin introduced herself to Ethan as a director from Samjin Trading, apologizing for interrupting his conversation. Ethan recognized the name, Beck, and questioned internally if she was the other Beck, while Beck Ijin directly asked him about the key to Chabli's enduring nobility in Korea. Beck Sujin forcefully asserted her view that modern brands thrived on symbols, aggressive celebrity marketing, high prices, and glamour. Beck Ijin countered, suggesting that restraint and exclusivity, not flashy advertising, were the true sources of high-end brand value. Beck Ijin argued for positioning a brand as a generational legacy, not a trend, and Ethan silently acknowledged this as the correct approach. Ethan internally realized that rumors about Beck Ijin being a washed-up loser were false, concluding that she was Samjin's true powerhouse. Ethan internally lamented that rumors existed for a reason and admitted he lacked the power to take a gamble right now, clenching his fist. Ethan firmly told Beck Sujin that Chabli's traditions, particularly regarding the specific rosewood, were non-negotiable, and failure to meet these terms would terminate the contract. Beck Sujin reassured Ethan that the necessary preparations were already progressing smoothly. An older man in an office stared at a laptop screen with a look of intense shock and distress, his face covered in sweat. A hand held a smartphone, revealing a message with a photo of the kidnapped man and an active international call, indicating a new, urgent development. The luxurious Samjin resort stood as a grand monument, a future setting for unfolding events. The managing director's hand trembled with a surge of shocked anger as she clutched her phone. She questioned the man with glasses, fearing the distressing image of Section Chief Park was a deep fake, a mere trick to shake them up. The man with glasses' jaw clenched as he confirmed the terrifying reality, stating experts had verified the metadata and footage, it was legitimate. The managing director gritted her teeth in a mixture of anger and frustration as the truth settled. She shouted in outrage, slamming her hand, confronting the man with glasses about their Rosewood deal's criminal ties. The man with glasses calmly defended their actions, stating that laundering the origin was simply standard practice in their industry. He argued only paperwork mattered, but the managing director erupted, accusing him of ignoring the consequences of their standard practice, now that a crisis had exploded. She internally panicked, a sniffle escaping her, realizing her career would be ruined if the rosewood supply was cut, especially after confidently assuring Ethan there would be no issues. Running her hand through her hair, she angrily demanded a quick ransom payment, chastising the man with glasses for failing to control the situation and protect Woodwood's reputation. The man with glasses revealed it was no simple ransom, leaving the managing director reaching out in confusion, desperate to know the true demands. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her hand flying to her mouth, as she heard the criminals wanted a business relationship and a face-to-face negotiation. She reeled at the idea of a supply line with illegal timber sellers, while the man with glasses gravely stated they would need to investigate further. Angrily slamming her hands on the table, she yelled that law enforcement should be involved immediately, demanding if she had to spell out every obvious step. His knuckles whitened as the man with glasses' fist tightened, revealing his internal struggle. He explained the severe reputation damage Samjin trading would endure if authorities got involved, making a shady deal with criminals public. The managing director flinched, taking a sharp breath as the man with glasses detailed the massive hit the entire Samjin group would take once the media got wind of it, regardless of the truth. He pressed the managing director, asking if she was ready to shoulder the fallout alone, and reminded her that Ethan would never accept tainted materials. Sweating and stressed, Director Han internally calculated that taking the fall alone, even successfully, would barely break even and was simply not worth the risk. Director Han calmly announced his intention to report the incident to President Park Tae-young, drawing a surprised accusation from the managing director about exposing his mistakes. With a subtle smirk, Director Han clarified that he would frame it as a routine mishap, effectively pinning the blame on Section Chief Park. The managing director's eyes widened as she realized Director Han's plan would shift responsibility from them to the entire Samjin Trading Company. She rested her hand on the desk, deeply sighing as she realized that framing the incident as a company-wide crisis would inevitably lead the trail back to executive management, just as Director Han intended. The managing director's thoughts churned, realizing that if this became a company crisis, Section Chief Park's Rosewood, and his humiliation, would take priority. A tear pricked at her eye as she furiously concluded that the damned old fox was trying to push her own Rosewood project to the back of the line. In her mind's eye, she stood tall and determined, vowing not to fail again and to personally secure the raw materials, no matter who stood in her way. With a shadow across her determined face, she hardened her resolve. She needed that Rosewood, and Section Chief Park's fate no longer mattered. With a chilling chuckle, she agreed, tasking Director Han with delivering the official bad news to the company, as he had suggested. Director Han's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as she suddenly demanded he secure the Rosewood for her, no matter the cost. Director Han frantically protested, gesturing wildly, that securing such a massive amount of Rosewood on short notice was impossible, as that route was their last. Arms crossed and unyielding, she delivered her ultimatum: deliver 10,000 square meters of Rosewood within 1 month, no matter how, and failure was not an option. The thud of her words landed, and Director Han's face blanched with terror as she threatened to personally ensure he replaced the kidnapped Section Chief Park if he failed. The scene shifted, focusing now on the solemn threshold of the president's office. Director Beck gasped, spinning around in utter shock and disbelief at the news of an employee kidnapped on site. The president calmly urged Director Beck to sit, emphasizing that finding a practical response was their top priority given the dire circumstances. The president instructed Director Han to brief Director Beck on the situation, and Director Han complied. Director Han explained that Section Chief Park had been dispatched to Vietnam to secure Rosewood for the important Chapelli Resort project. Director Han continued, reporting an unexpected clash with local forces, and Section Chief Park's subsequent disappearance after missing his check-in. Director Han explained receiving a photo of Section Chief Park and a GPS ping near Pohang, but Director Beck interrupted, sharply questioning his earlier mention of Vietnam. Director Beck sternly challenged Director Han, asking if he had properly confirmed the local supply situation before filing his report. Director Han looked surprised and defensive as Director Beck laid out the legal protections for Rosewood, questioning the feasibility of his claims. She continued, pointing out the stark logical inconsistency between the 100-year maturation of Rosewood and his alleged 10,000 square meters of supply. Director Beck directly challenged Director Han, stating that acquiring such volume in Vietnam would require raising a national park, and questioned if he truly sent Section Chief Park there. Director Han grew nervous as Director Beck pressed, hinting that he might have simply relabeled scrap timber from Cambaroka Freeform as made in Vietnam. She unveiled the truth, deducing that Director Han's reluctance to involve law enforcement stemmed from his fear of exposing his attempt to launder the timber's origin. Director Han gasped, sweating and panicking, frantically denying his knowledge before internally cursing that Director Beck had exposed his deceptive industry tricks. Director Han desperately tried to justify his actions, emphasizing that all processing and documentation were completed in Vietnam, regardless of the raw log's true origin. Director Han yelled that everyone did it this way, but Director Beck simply sighed, sternly dismissing his excuses as the very routine practice that now threatened Samjin's president. Director Beck added that Section Chief Park's life was also at stake, prompting the sweating president to mumble, asking about the nature of the threats and if a price had been named. The president explained the kidnappers' unsettling demand for an ongoing business relationship with Samjin, requiring an old-school, hands-on negotiator. The president, holding his throbbing temple, realized accepting the terms would make Samjin complicit in laundering stolen goods, creating a truly inescapable no-win situation. Director Han bowed his head in deep, shameful apology to the president, admitting he had no excuse for his actions. Director Han flinched as the president sternly ordered him to focus on fixing the crisis, deferring any disciplinary action to a formal committee later. The president, serious and fidgeting slightly, reasoned that since their own person was taken, their best approach was to feign a business negotiation for now. The president shocked Director Han by instructing him, the deal's spearhead, to personally go negotiate for Section Chief Park's return. Director Han hesitated, making excuses about his heavy contractual obligations as Director Beck watched him sternly. Internally, Director Han feared the massive penalties the company would face if the rosewood wasn't secured within a month. Director Han angrily protested, shaking his head and questioning their sanity, refusing to abandon his critical post or walk into a kidnapper's den himself. Director Han yelled, his hands slamming, his body trembling, at the sheer absurdity of sending him into such danger when Section Chief Park's fate remained unknown. Gesturing frantically, Director Han shouted that the ensuing uncontrollable damage from a collapsed contract was not an excuse, but a grave reality. His clenched fist trembled, a physical manifestation of his raw fear. The president sighed, covering his eyes, heavily burdened by the realization that the resort contract's failure would invite an even greater disaster for the company. The president wondered internally who could possibly be trusted with such a crucial task, while Director Beck remained lost in thought. The president worried about Section Chief Park's fate, wondering who would go if Director Han refused, as Director Beck remained silent. Byung smirked, sarcastically recalling Director Han's past nitpicking and his advice to pick the right side. Byung's lips pursed into a sardonic grin, remarking on the cruel irony of Director Han's right side facing severe consequences. Director Beck sternly admonished Byung, reminding him that kidnapping was far more serious than his past grievances with Section Chief Park, making Byung flinch. Director Beck acknowledged the tragedy of Section Chief Park's situation, but also pragmatically noted the immense burden awaiting whoever undertook the negotiation. Director Beck then posed the challenging question, who among them, the directors, would handle it? With casual confidence, Director Beck declared she would handle it herself. The others reacted with collective shock, Byung's mouth agape, as her announcement startled them. She declared her determined refusal to let Samjin Trading be tarnished by a criminal organization, despite Director Han's corner-cutting. Director Beck asserted that her title as a Samjin Trading Director demanded she take on such risks and responsibilities. She clarified that while she hadn't planned for the risk, she would be at the forefront when it struck, then asked Seungho for a promise. Seungho, with a band-aid on his cheek, looked intently at her, appealing for her complete trust, regardless of the choices he might make. He emphasized his request for trust, even if his decisions seemed to defy common sense, and Director Beck listened intently. Seungho smiled reassuringly, revealing he had planned to go alone, but now offered companionship, suggesting they go together. The others reacted with renewed shock at Seungho's unexpected offer. Seungho reasoned that two heads were better than one, prompting Director Beck to seriously ask if he would trust her again, as he had before. Seungho shrugged, confidently asserting the situation might be simpler than it appeared, even if their choices defied common sense. 3 days later, Director Han sighed, voicing his worried doubts about trusting the speaker and the risks of going directly to their office from Kambaruka Freeform. Director Beck, composed and serious, stated that trust was irrelevant, they simply had to face the fight, and Manager Kim's composure was paramount for the negotiation to even begin. She looked at the president, reminding him that while Seungho was giving his all, they couldn't afford to chicken out from the sidelines. The president looked thoughtful, realizing Kwon and in turn Han should be arriving at that very moment. He had a moment of internal anxiety, wondering if the situation was becoming too dangerous. As a blonde thug dismissed the idea of danger, the scene established the sprawling, foreboding industrial complex known as Freeform Mangjidanji. The blonde thug smirked, his stomping footsteps echoing through the dark industrial interior as he dismissed talk of danger as the grumbling of sore losers. Leading his men through the metallic interior, the blonde thug offered a menacing welcome to Mangjidanji, a place where labor only grew more costly. From a high walkway, the blonde thug gestured towards the working masses below, declaring that today's labor fueled tomorrow's revenge. The dim, greenish light filled the industrial interior, hinting at the unsettling work within. The blonde thug's hand pointed to a resume, clinically assessing the need for more staff in his telemarketing and bulk loans departments. Seungho calmly corrected the blonde thug, stating he applied for a guard position, causing the blonde thug to sharply look up. Smiling, the blonde thug acknowledged his oversight, then alluringly described the guard position's benefits, free money, movement, and bonus points. The blonde thug smirked, confidently questioning Seungho's skills, referencing a bathtub as a measure of experience and track record. Seungho leaned back, confidently smiling, and challenged the blonde thug to test his skills directly, given the prevalence of fake listings. The blonde thug flinched, his glasses glinting, at Seungho's audacity, as another voice abruptly asked to apply as well. Byung gasped, wide-eyed in shock at Seungho's calm demeanor, while another man with spiky hair also looked surprised. Seungho's internal thought revealed his clear motivation, the irresistible offer of both money and freedom. The blonde thug smirked with amusement, declaring the situation interesting and that a simple approach, without long speeches, was best. The blonde thug gave a direct command, telling Seungho and the man with spiky hair to fight. The imposing Primpan Mangja complex loomed, its barbed wire a stark warning. A heavy sound echoed, holding the attention of Seungho and the other men gathered in the tense, dim room. As expected of you, boss, a man exclaimed with enthusiastic gasps, as the blonde man smirked nearby. Well, then. A voice declared, as a hand gripped a marker with a purposeful thud, ready to begin. The man with gold-rimmed glasses began his formal explanation, addressing those who might have seen this on the news, describing the roles of guard, telemarketing, and logging. He continued, explaining the telemarketing department's role in customer consultation, as the man with short blonde hair listened intently, a restless crumble of sound in the background. With a sinister smirk, the man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles, detailing how rewarding it was to inform the elderly about low-interest refinancing loans. He moved on to the logging department, presenting it as a beneficial way to haul valuable logs from Kamburku, a business-like clack emphasizing the foreboding opportunity. Finally, he smiled and sharply announced the guard duty, tasked with security and patrol of the complex, a role Seungho listened to with quiet intensity. Seungho remained observant as the guard duty was described as a cushy post, allowing free phone use and air-conditioned lounging, provided troublemakers were controlled. All right, then, the man with gold-rimmed glasses commanded, and with a collective swish and thud, the others began to move out, following their team leaders. Guard, you come with me, the man with gold-rimmed glasses called, leaving Seungho in contemplative thought. The man with gold-rimmed glasses subtly smirked, remarking it had been a while since such good merchandise had arrived, his thoughts silently echoing a menacing intent. His mind replayed the intense violence of Seungho's strength, remembering how he had taken down a big man in a single, brutal hit. A sinister smile spread across his face, a silent, knowing exhalation escaping as he schemed to raise Seungho into a powerful, manipulative card for his own future. So he's going in the opposite direction from Byung, Seungho observed, a silent chime in his mind noting the diverging paths. The man with gold-rimmed glasses expressed his thoughtful intention to keep an eye on the departing men, knowing it couldn't be avoided. With a resolute, dangerous smirk, Seungho declared he would become a shadow himself to achieve his goals. A bright blue light zinged from a projector, signaling a shift to events a few days earlier. On the screen, projected images underscored a formal report detailing the investigation into a trading company involved in the Chabalai Rosewood matter. A female office worker revealed the truth: a seemingly official Vietnamese trading company was a mere shell, a ghost front for Mekong number, a real entity in Kamburku. She continued her serious report, detailing Mekong number as a solid timber corporation now in chaotic disarray after its founder's mysterious accidental death sparked internal power struggles. The female office worker's voice held a tense pause, preparing to reveal the person who seized power as acting representative amidst the chaos. The name Kim Do-hwan was revealed, accompanied by a public image of a benevolent saint, celebrated for returning his wealth to society, a stark flick of contrast. But in reality, the female office worker gravely revealed, Kim Do-hwan was the criminal cartel leader of the Mangja complex, operating illegal logging and voice phishing. Byung, the young man in the flashy suit, voiced his tense concern, speculating that Department Head Park was held captive by the criminal organization. The female office worker calmly analyzed, explaining Department Head Park would likely be kept alive as leverage, until their demands were met. Based on her personal channels, the female office worker declared with determined seriousness that even Kamburku authorities could not carelessly meddle with the complex. The alarming drop logo appeared on screen as she revealed the military, high-ranking politicians, and local authorities were all involved, serving as the cartel's massive shield. Byung, the young man in the flashy suit, reacted with sudden recognition, recalling receiving a recruitment text from Drop just days ago. What? How did you? A man with glasses questioned in surprise, as manager Kim echoed, a text. Byung, still surprised, began a reminiscent explanation, recalling his intense job search 2 years prior, driven by a desperate desire for money. He remembered finding a Kamburka job posting with a friend. Byung ended up not going, but his friend went, a decision now tinged with regret. With a swish of his phone, Byung found old texts from the broker, who regularly offered money, a clear sign of discovery. Look! Byung exclaimed, startled, revealing the text's profile picture was an exact match to the ominous logo. Manager Kim rose with a clang of disbelief, exclaiming that Byung was right, and that the organization made no effort to hide their blatant logo. The young woman with brown hair, still curious, questioned how Byung could recall a logo from a mere spam text. Byung, sheepishly sighing, admitted the logo had stuck in his head because he found its depiction of a bird taking a dump weirdly funny. Manager Kim, pensive, sighed with concern, contemplating the potential ease of finding department head Park, yet stressing the danger of rash action if local authorities were involved. Ah, it came, Seungho simply announced, drawing the anticipatory gazes of his colleagues. Seungho tapped his phone, seriously revealing a text calling him in for an immediate interview. Both manager Kim and the young woman cried out in panicked alarm, warning Seungho not to move rashly, insisting it was too dangerous. Seungho, standing confidently, responded with determined strategy. They needed a trump card, and to dig in, they first had to seep in. Manager Kim, agitated and distressed, yelled that Seungho was precisely the one needed for such a lawless place, capable of operating beyond conventional authority. Seungho smiled with self-assured confidence, stating this was the method he was most familiar with, the only path he could take. The young woman, astonished, gasped, Seungho, you were from the UDT, right? As manager Kim reacted in shock, wait, that was true. Seungho, sheepishly scratching his head, casually confirmed his UDT background, downplaying his past in hostage rescue and target retrieval operations. Boss! Then I'll go with you too. Byung enthusiastically declared, clenching his fists in a determined punch of commitment. Seungho gravely warned Byung not to mess around, but the young man stood determined, insisting he would follow the boss's path precisely. Byung, pointing with concerned argument, stressed the overwhelming difficulty of a solo run, arguing that becoming a second department head Park would only put them all in a bind. The young woman with brown hair raised a point of worried practicality, questioning if anything would change if Byung went, as both would likely have their phones confiscated. With a confident, cunning smile, Seungho suggested that a criminal organization would be full of phones, implying he could personally dig up information. Byung, with an enthusiastic thump and gasp, audaciously declared he would directly voice-fish Director Beck and share the gathered information. The young woman with brown hair silently thought Byung was seriously announcing a crime, while another colleague questioned if it was too much, and manager Kim remained in quiet contemplation. Seungho, his face intense and questioning, asked if they would trust him to the end, regardless of the choice he made in the board they had laid out. A voice responded with reluctant acceptance, simply saying, all right. The female office worker, serious and resolved, agreed that moving in pairs was safest, emphasizing that safety was the absolute first and second priority. With a determined tap, the female office worker extended her hand, expressing unwavering trust in Seungho and vowing to protect everyone involved. Seungho affirmed with a determined handshake, while an eager Byung saluted, confirming their agreement and readiness. A voice instructed Seungho to follow, collect a walkie-talkie and access card, as heavy clomping footsteps led him down a formal, imposing corridor. As he walked, Seungho glanced at the man ahead, asking about the guard's duties, which he assumed mostly involved managing customers and VIPs. The tough-looking man turned to Seungho, a serious, mysterious glint in his eye, and hinted at a far more important primary duty. A violent scream tore through the air, and a bloodied man collapsed with a sickening crunch, his body hitting the ornate corridor floor. The injured man screamed in intense pain, clutching his bloody arm with a desperate grab, cursing his assailant. His bloody hands clutched a broken weapon, the man desperately threatening to kill anyone who dared come closer. The injured man cried out, his body trembling with desperate sorrow, pleading to be sent home, for money no longer mattered. With a cynical TSK, the tough-looking man grimly revealed that dealing with such brutal situations was their primary duty. The tough-looking man smirked with a callous nod, declaring this a rookie's field test and instructing Seungho to go get that bastard. Seungho observed with disgusted realization that in this place, people were truly treated like mere objects, their well-being utterly disregarded. Seungho stepped forward, a gasp escaping the distressed man, realizing with tense uncertainty that Department Head Park's safety was also at risk if such violence was common here. No time. Find him quickly. To do that. The distressed man angrily confronted Seungho, wielding his makeshift weapon with a swish, demanding he get lost. The distressed man lunged with a violent whack, but Seungho quickly dodged the chaotic attack. With an intense clang and ping, the broken weapon spun through the air, knocked from the man's grasp. A pained cry escaped the man as Seungho swiftly and decisively pinned him with a crack of force. The tough-looking man smirked with cynical observation, remarking on Seungho's unexpected guts, but paused. While holding the subdued man, Seungho, with a subtle shift, asked inquisitively about the nature of the VIPs they were meant to manage. The tough-looking man looked wary, questioning Seungho's sudden curiosity about VIPs, while Seungho explained he was just trying to grasp the job in advance. He smugly warned Seungho not to get cocky, then barked orders for others to grab the subdued man, who groaned in pain. Still holding the injured man, Seungho posed a challenging question, asking why he wasn't being treated if they intended to use him again. The tough-looking man responded with a cruel smirk, stating they weren't UNICEF and saw no reason to treat someone who had shown resistance and would soon be half-crippled. A sharp crackle from a walkie-talkie cut through the tense air. An urgent request for backup crackled from the walkie-talkie, announcing a pig had gotten loose in Zone 3. The tough-looking man grinned with greedy excitement, realizing he would finally make some money. He smugly explained the sweetness of the guard job, catching a real pig, not just a troublemaker, earned a bonus. The tough-looking man enthusiastically pointed out the predatory bonus of 300 for each escaped pig, a bonus available from Seungho's first day. With a purposeful swish, Seungho began to walk. Hey! Go with me! Seungho urgently demanded, grabbing the tough-looking man with a sudden, aggressive smash. Seungho moved with a swift swish, urgently pulling the man, speculating if Department Head Park could be on this floor, among the customers and VIPs. He observed the two emergency exits, noting with a clang that the floor was more closed off than he had expected. Seungho crouched, his gaze analytical, assessing 4 overlapping CCTV cameras and concluding there were almost no blind spots. With an intense punch, a guard lunged, but Seungho dodged, mentally calculating around 10 guards per floor. A grim resolution set on Seungho's face, securing an escape route would be harder than he thought, leaving him no choice but to break through head-on. With a dynamic clang and grab, Seungho ran urgently down the corridor. Unexpectedly, a bald man opened a door, complaining with a mundane groan that his steak was a little tough. Seungho's face registered intense surprise at the unexpected sight. The bald man, squinting in sudden recognition, exclaimed, "Huh. Why you are?" With a panicked shush, the bald man desperately pleaded for Seungho to pretend they didn't know each other. A violent smash suddenly struck the bald man, as Director Han's voice boomed, "Kwon Seungho." A sudden, violent blow silenced the bald man mid-sentence as blood splattered. The impact ripped a pained cry from him, his face contorting in agony. Enraged, the tracksuit thug lurched forward, shouting obscenities, with other angry men close behind. The bald man crashed forcefully to the ground as the man in the fedora yelled, "What are you doing?" only for the confused tracksuit thug to ask if this wasn't the pig he was told to catch. The man in the fedora frantically clarified that the pig was actually a VIP, an honored guest team leader Ma was personally looking after. Kneeling beside the dazed bald man, the man in the fedora lamented the situation, frantically calling for backup as the tracksuit thug looked on, still confused. The timing couldn't have been worse. He then ordered the tracksuit thug to get the bald man to a bed and apologize later, to which the thug nonchalantly agreed before running off to provide backup. The bald man stirred, slowly regaining consciousness, and observed his surroundings, finding himself better than expected. Seungho leaned over him, sharply slapping the bald man's face to wake him. Still dazed, Manager Park struggled to place Seungho's familiar yet annoying face, wondering if he was trapped in a nightmare. Seungho's chilling smile suggested another blow might be necessary to fully awaken him. Terror jolted Manager Park fully awake, a desperate gasp escaping him. Manager Park shot upright, fear and confusion lacing his demand to know who Seungho was, recognizing him from Sales Team 3. Seungho sternly silenced Manager Park, revealing he had come to retrieve him. He explained that Sales Team 3 had been put in charge of the contract for Manager Park's release, with Director Baek IG now leading the operation. Manager Park, surprised by Director Baek's involvement, asked about Director Han's status. Seungho calmly stated that Director Han was pursuing the rosewood, necessary for their contract with Samjin Resort. Manager Park somberly reflected that this prioritization of business over people was entirely in character for Director Han. Manager Park inquired about Seungho's plan and disguise, learning Seungho was undercover with an intern. Seungho's next move was to scout the area while awaiting Director Baek's arrival at Primpong Airport. Manager Park flinched as Seungho, with a subtle smirk, commented on his surprisingly good condition and apparent eating habits. He vehemently denied eating well, distressed and gesticulating wildly, claiming his captors had forced the food on him, perhaps to fatten him for slaughter. Manager Park recounted his arrival, when his passport and phone were immediately confiscated before he was thrown into confinement. He explained his limited freedom, able to eat and move within the building but unable to leave, held until, this whole thing is over. Manager Park's anxiety spiked as he realized Director Baek might be coming in person to meet his captors. Meanwhile, the tracksuit thug casually told Manager Park to consider his confinement a pleasant vacation, promising anything he needed was available in the building. Manager Park meekly requested his phone to contact his wife, assuring them he wouldn't try anything, but a man with gold-rimmed glasses cut him off. The man with gold-rimmed glasses sternly reminded Manager Park that this was not a vacation and emphasized their life-or-death approach to business. He mockingly praised Manager Park's devotion to his wife, who was comfortably relaxing at home, drawing a panicked and forced agreement. Manager Park, seized by the collar, desperately demanded to know their goal, to which the man with gold-rimmed glasses taunted him about what he'd already seen. A muscular man with a megaphone aggressively demanded to know the goal. Manager Park internally warned himself to be wary of the aggressive man's temper. The man passionately declared their objective, to drive clients to suicide, a command met with obedient shouts from the thugs. Manager Park was horrified by the organization's true goal and resolved that a deal with them was impossible. His hand trembled with disgust and fear, realizing the moral implications of dealing with those who regarded human lives as worthless. Manager Park, shaking with terror, asserted that these people were capable of murder to achieve their goals. The scene shifted to the luxurious and serene exterior of the Primpong Hotel. Inside, an older woman calmly acknowledged someone's arrival. Safi, a member of Kamburka's ruling party, casually asked if this was their first meeting since graduation. She then greeted Ai-jin, indicating their long separation. Director Baek Ai-jin, accompanied by a serious man in a suit, corrected Safi, stating their last encounter was at the graduation party. Director Beck then jokingly reminded Sophie of an embarrassing incident at the party, prompting Sophie to concede they should just say it was since graduation. Sophie complimented Director Beck's sharp memory, calling it the minimum requirement for business. The stylish woman confidently asserted that preparedness and resilience were key for survival, adding that Director Beck never yielded the last word. Director Beck acknowledged the greeting but signaled a shift to business. She cut short the pleasantries, demanding all information about Mekong number. Sophie, contemplative, acknowledged the mention of Mekong number and its connection to the Rosewood deal with Director Beck's company. Narration explained that Mekong number's license was known as a golden indulgence in their country. Director Beck revealed that this license allowed Mekong number to camouflage criminal activity as patriotism. Narration detailed how the Cambodian government launched a strategic project with Korea in the mid-2010s to demonstrate its global openness. The panel showed Mekong number's corporate building as narration described its unprecedented exclusive rights to establish plantations and harvest timber across 130,000 hectares of Cambodian land. Narration described Mekong number as a goose that laid golden eggs, a highly profitable venture born from Korean capital and Cambodia's natural resources. Sophie, with a serious expression, revealed that the project ultimately failed to yield any profit, having been a mere pretext for illegal logging under the guise of their license. Director Beck questioned if Chairman Kum had orchestrated the illegal logging. Sophie refuted the idea, stating that Chairman Kum was a true patriot who sought to restore forests and save his country. Sophie made a cynical observation, visible in her coffee cup reflection, that noble ideals inevitably attracted parasites. Narration explained how the serious crime of cutting rare timber could be made legal by labeling it a byproduct of land clearing for plantations. Narration distinguished between those who genuinely served national interests and those who exploited power for great evil, illustrated by a formal gathering of men. Narration revealed that Kim Do-won, head of Mangja Complex, was the man who most fiercely clashed with Chairman Kum at the heart of this greed. Sophie spoke with disgust about the illicit funds Kim Do-won accumulated through the Mangja complex. Narration stated that these illicit funds flowed directly into the election campaigns of those in power. As a reward for his illicit dealings, Narration revealed Kim Do-won gained an impregnable fortress, a seat on Mekong number's board of directors. Narration somberly stated that Chairman Kum resisted the corruption to the very end but ultimately failed to stop it. Narration explained that even the Korean company involved withdrew from the joint venture, faced with spiraling ethical issues and risks. Narration highlighted Chairman Kum's unwavering dedication, using his own money to protect the forests and refusing to relinquish control despite relentless threats. Narration explained Chairman Kum's resolve: he couldn't allow his company to fall into Kim Do-won's hands, refusing to legitimize such dirty money. Sophie reminded Director Beck of their previous conversation, detailing how Kim Do-won seized the CEO position immediately after Chairman Kum's death, transforming a criminal into a corporate leader. The man with glasses pondered why Kim Do-won was rushing a deal with them so soon after becoming acting CEO. Narration suggested that Kim Do-won's haste indicated he hadn't yet become the company's true owner. Narration explained that Bofa, the sole heir, could inherit Chairman Kum's shares and regain control, prompting Director Beck to wonder what would happen if she never appeared. Narration revealed the critical 90-day deadline for Bofa's return, beyond which Kim Do-won would permanently secure the CEO position with allied shareholders. Narration revealed a shocking truth: only 1 week remained until the deadline, eliciting a sharp gasp from the man with glasses. Narration explained that Kim Do-won would use every dirty trick to prevent Bofa from showing up, as it was his only path to the golden indulgence. Narration discussed Kim Do-won's potential to become the official CEO if he secured enough friendly shares, leading Director Beck to deduce this was why he sought business ties with them. Narration emphasized that Kim Do-won's actions were merely a stepping stone to secure his position for something even grander. Director Beck, her face tightening with subtle fury, expressed outrage at Kim Do-won attempting to use their Samjin trading as a red carpet for his corrupt debut. With a confident smirk, Director Beck asked Sophie if her earlier request had been fulfilled. Sophie handed over a black file, complaining about the difficulty of compiling the list due to high-ranking officials covering for them, to which Director Beck simply replied, "Thanks." Director Beck warned Sophie to be cautious, emphasizing the formidable nature of their opponents, unlike anyone she had dealt with before. A cunning smirk played on Director Beck's lips as she remarked on a coincidence. She expressed surprise at seeing someone again in this specific location. The scene shifted to a dark, industrial room filled with chains and tools, punctuated by clanking sounds. A man's shackled wrist was shown as someone off-panel asked in disbelief if he had stabbed someone with a toothbrush. The man with tattoos remarked on the chained man's terrifying nature, questioning his humanity. Kim Do-jin, identified as a mastermind behind Baek Ha-jin's murder, spoke chillingly about a past warning and the enjoyment of violence. The man with glasses bitterly complained about a well-done steak, demanding the taste of blood while his companion ate. An oppressive squeak accompanied the man with glasses as he observed his associate's unsettling calm amidst a bloody scene. The man with glasses revealed the arrival of the Samjin bastards, and upcoming negotiations, surprised his partner already knew. Though corrected about his informal address, the tattooed man simply crunched his steak, finding the taste utterly awful. The man with glasses explained his attendance at negotiations, citing the conservative view on tattoos, and then patted his associate's hand, assuring him of future power. Time was running short, the man with glasses emphasized, and soon they would finally don their expensive suits. A knife sliced through the steak with precise, measured cuts. Leaning in, the man with glasses challenged the us, startling the tattooed man, who then began to categorize humanity into three groups. The first category, he declared, comprised those who were utterly useless, their suffering an example. A faint snicker escaped the man with glasses as his companion described the somewhat useful individuals. Finally, the tattooed man asserted, Do-won Hyung and I belong to the exclusive category of us. The man with glasses curtly reminded his associate to simply stick to his assigned role, eliciting a stunned silence. With a dismissive gesture, the man with glasses offered the partially cut steak, deeming it a shame to waste. As the tattooed man strode away, irritated, the man with glasses muttered darkly about arrogance, saying they polished him up a bit, and now he actually thinks he's one of us. The man with glasses then furiously demanded someone's immediate presence. A man with short black hair entered, his compliant yes echoing through the dim corridor. From behind, the tattooed man instructed the newcomer to dispose of the steak with a terse command. A fleeting thought crossed the man's mind, that face seemed strangely familiar. The man with short black hair innocently asked if he could eat the steak, only for the tattooed man to furiously snap back that he could do whatever he wanted. He dismissed the fleeting familiarity, then smirked to himself, darkly imagining how much fun it would be to tear such a man apart. The man with short black hair mumbled, "Thanks for the meal," then glanced away, his suspicion about the man now certain. As the tattooed man walked away, the man with short black hair identified him as Kim Do-jin of the Seoul Union, wondering about his unexpected presence. Told to clean up, the man with short black hair innocently inquired if the departing man held a higher rank than team leader Ma. The man with glasses' face contorted in furious disbelief, vehemently rejecting the notion of a higher-up punk relying solely on connections. A furious thwack as the man with glasses kicked over a metal bin, snarling for the other to dispose of the steak and cease his useless talk. He grimaced, seething internally about a dumb mutt bastard who relied on brute strength, and plotted to cut him out once the Samjin contract was his. His thoughts turned sinister, planning to be the first to eliminate his rival. With a wide, welcoming smile, the man with glasses ushered in Director Beck and Manager Kim, inviting them into the office. Manager Kim, accompanied by a stylish woman and an older man, immediately cut through the pleasantries, handing over a business card. The man with glasses smirked, his internal thought betraying his annoyance at the abruptness, as he held the business card. He attempted to reassert control, offering tea and chiding them about business manners, all while making a dismissive gesture. The stylish woman smirked, her repetition of business manners loaded with challenge. She directly confronted him, accusing him of using a kidnapped employee as leverage, making any talk of manners utterly meaningless. The man with glasses inwardly reeled from the unexpected accusation, then nervously tried to de-escalate, suggesting they sit and talk. He shrugged, a sly smile playing on his lips, admitting they went too far, but insisted it was the only way to get them to the table. He dismissed their glares, reassuring them about the rosewood deal, claiming they'd still siphon it off separately. The stylish woman, serious and unyielding, cut off his attempts at pleasantries and demanded to hear the actual business proposal. With a confident gesture, the man with glasses announced Mekong Number's impending fresh start, eager to make Samjin their very first business partner. He proposed a clean, constructive contract between Mekong Number and Samjin Trading, specifically unlike their previous under-the-table rosewood dealings. He boasted about their grip on the Camberca timber line, but the stylish woman simply smirked, exhaling dismissively that he was seriously mistaken. His hands twitched on the table, as the stylish woman's voice cut through, utterly dismissing his boast about the timber line. She confidently asserted that Mekong Number's golden license meant nothing, as it had long been marked for avoidance in the global market. For years, she continued, they had been international outcasts, ever since Korean companies pulled out. She ruthlessly laid bare their fraudulent business model, accusing them of scamming unsuspecting people due to their inability to move timber or earn money honestly. The man with glasses smirked, now condescending, suggesting she was the one who didn't fully grasp the situation. Leaning forward with agitation, he boldly declared they were only there because of their illegal attempt to acquire rosewood, and thus should be begging for cooperation. He escalated his threat, hinting at Samjin Trading's supposed smuggling route, and warned of exposing their signed contract to the press. The stylish woman smirked, cuttingly remarking that a gangster bastard in a suit still lacked basic business understanding. She asserted that business couldn't thrive when his house wasn't in order, prompting him to demand clarification. Leaning forward with intensity, the stylish woman accused him of blatant embezzlement for making deals without proper authority. The man with glasses nervously insisted that their CEO had approved the entire business venture. The stylish woman then challenged him with a hiss, asking if Chairman Kum had returned or if his daughter, Bofa, had been found. His body flinched with agitation, the man with glasses reeling in shock, wondering how much confidential information this woman truly possessed. A triumphant smirk played on her lips, his reaction had confirmed all her suspicions. The stylish woman, unwavering, instructed him to first get his own house in order, stating that business would only follow. Under a blood-red moon, barbed wire crowned the grim walls of a stark, isolated building. Seungho explained their opponent's cunning plan, to seize company management and launder illicit funds directly through Samjin. That, Seungho continued, was why Manager Park was kidnapped, and why they were threatened, proving the deal's immense importance despite the risks. The stylish woman acknowledged buying them precious time, then anxiously inquired about Seungho and Byam's safety. Seungho calmly reported that, so far, there had been no problems. He explained that Byam, despite being thoroughly beaten up, was now occupied with another task, since the guard's cell phones made his previous job obsolete. Manager Park, looking disheveled and shocked behind bars, had also been safely secured, Seungho reported. As the stylish woman inquired about Manager Park's condition, Seungho chuckled, admitting a minor incident, but assuring her he was doing a little too well. With a slight smirk, the stylish woman expressed relief, then swiftly moved to the crucial question, their escape route for Manager Park. Her eyes widened in surprise as Seungho plainly stated they were not removing Manager Park yet, intending to leave him exactly where he was. She pressed for his reasoning, and Seungho calmly explained that a clumsy rescue attempt would instantly trigger an all-out war. If war erupted, he added, their opponents would be left with only one card, threatening to spread the contract to the press. Thus, Seungho explained, it was strategically better to leave Manager Park as a perceived card, maintaining their opponent's illusion of control. The stylish woman thoughtfully clarified his strategy, understanding his goal was to limit their enemy's strategic options. Her intense gaze reflected in the glass as she questioned if, even with that card, they had a definite path to victory. After a brief pause, Seungho's voice filled with resolve, "There is." Seungho grimly declared that if that thing hadn't existed, they wouldn't be in this predicament, prompting the stylish woman to ask for clarification. He identified that thing as the Rosewood contract, signed by team leader Ma Jin-hyuk, and asserted it was the sole reason their company was being dragged around. The Rosewood contract, he repeated, emphasizing its pivotal role. The stylish woman gasped, asking if Manager Park knew the contract's location, to which Seungho clarified he knew someone likely managing it. Seungho declared his firm intention to protect Manager Park while simultaneously destroying the contract, asserting it was Samjin's only path to escape Mekong Number's control. He then added that there was one more pressing matter he intended to settle, eliciting a sharp exclamation of surprise from the stylish woman. Her hand flinched on the phone as she asked if he had encountered Kim Dojin, and Seungho, agitated, expressed surprise that she knew, clarifying he had only just discovered it himself. Even here, Seungho lamented, Kim Dojin persisted in his trash behavior, living a luxurious life, just as the director had predicted. Seungho calmly reassured her not to worry, his primary objective remained securing Manager Park and the crucial contract, not picking fights. However, he added, if Kim Dojin dared to obstruct his plan, it would become an entirely different story. The stylish woman acknowledged his resolve but voiced her deep concern about their limited resources and the sheer chaos within the enemy's stronghold. With a confident smile and a gesture, Seungho declared that there was a saying. A crushing impact landed with devastating force. The structure reverberated with a resounding crash. Seungho then recited a grim adage, when the outer wall is excessively high and solid, the interior is usually just as badly rotted, illustrated by the crumbling, blood-stained wall. And as luck would have it, Seungho smirked, he was about to be dealt the perfect hand. From here on, Seungho stated to the director, I'm going to need your help, as Kim Dojin, unaware, walked away down a dim corridor. With a determined gaze matching her own, Seungho proposed they finally work in perfect sync.